Everything has come down to this. After 20 days of hard-fought competition across 4 weeks, the Mattioli Arena in Leicester hosts the climax of the season's first world ranking event. Yes, this Green Bay's marathon with a sprint finish crowns its champion tonight. Welcome to Decision Day at the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Today's format is straightforward enough. Two groups will produce a pair of table toppers who go head-to-head in a best-of-5 frame final. On table 1, Lepe Fan and Dave Gilbert, both looking for their second ranking title, will be up second. But first, Elliot Slesser tackles birthday boy Nopon Sankon. You can watch every ball potted over there by accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for the main thrust of our coverage, Table 1 will be home to a quality quartet. That's Hossein Vafai, Jack Jones, and getting finals day underway, it's Zhang Anda against Dylan Emery. I'm Phil Yates. David Hendon will be in the commentary box later, and calling the shots for this one, it's Stephen Horworth. Let the day we've been waiting for commence. Morning, Stephen. So we're finally here.
It's quite sad, isn't it?
The first frame.
You know, it's all coming to an end
Emery
after
to break.
21 brilliant days of snooker. You know, it's such a long tournament, but you've got to remember these guys have only played 2 days coming into this final day. But the prize is so close for one of them. 8 players remain. Such a big prize on offer. Let's not forget this event, £33,000 for the winner. 33,000 ranking points, a place in the Champion of Champions, and all the spin-offs that come with that. It's a massive day for all the guys today. And what a brilliant group we've got here on table 1 to look forward to, actually. You could make a case for every single player left in this event, but we've got a fabulous group to see here on table 1. 4 players that will be going at it right from shot 1. Should be a great day of snooker.
Yeah, Dylan Emery is the world number 72. He's the lowest ranked player left in the event. And I think this is an indication of just how serious the business is. We might see a re-rack here, straight out of the blocks. You never know. Zhang Anda has been an absolute star in this tournament. He's played 20 frames and won 17 of them. But he was very poor in his first match yesterday against Jimmy Robertson. Lost the first 2 frames, committing a heap of mistakes. So we'll be hoping for a better start today.
And it just highlights how important mindset in this format is, because you rightly say Zhang Anda, he was very poor at the beginning of his match with Jimmy Robertson, but he responded and finished well. And sometimes in these groups, that can be the difference. Just grind out a point or try and get something from the game. Reset and go again later for your next matches. You don't have to play lights out snooker, just do enough.
Well, he's fortunate there, having missed the red, to have left nothing.
Yeah, had the cue ball been able to run up the table to safety, I'm sure he would have knocked that in, but there would have been a little doubt in the back of his mind as to what's happening with that white, unsure of where it would finish. It just caused him to miss the pot.
He did leave something, the red through the gap. It was a tough pot, but what a good one from Dylan Emery. Can he continue the outstanding form he showed in winning his second stage group? What a good early pot that is for confidence.
Yeah, I actually don't think that his performance against Stan Moody in the last group is being spoken of enough.
6.
I mentioned it on the WST podcast yesterday. You know, that is a serious level that he found. Stan did very little wrong,
7.
and of course Stan is the one young player that we're all talking of and looking at. There's a lot of young guys that can reach that height, those heights, and Dylan is one of them. I was so pleased to see him produce that level, and if he can carry that on today, it just makes for such an exciting
12.
group. He played like peak Ronnie O'Sullivan against Stan, Phil, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a strange old group. He drew with Gary Wilson and Stephen Maguire, so he was sort of not really considered going into that last match, even though he'd got a mathematical chance of being the table topper. He beat Stan Moody 3-0, helped by
18.
breaks of 96 and 81. He actually scored 254 points to Moody's 5. Missed one ball, a black, taking the cue ball into the pack. But it mattered not because he didn't break the pack anyway.
Yeah, up until that missed black in the third frame it was, and it was halfway through the third frame at that.
19.
His pot success, live pot success, was at 100%. It was different class from Dylan. And that's why he's here today. Deserves his chance, and this is the furthest he's ever been in a ranking tournament as well, isn't it? The last 8. So it's a big day for Dylan.
26.
Yeah, 9 times he'd been in the last 32. But this is the deepest he has been. Little unlucky there.
Dylan Emery, 26.
And of course the other story with Emery, apart from being the lowest ranked player here and the way he got through that second stage group, the fact is he was involved here on day 1 last month. He came through that 3-man group because Karen Wilson had to withdraw because his house was burgled. He beat Mikhail Subachik 3-1, making 2 centuries, and then drew with Hayden Pinney, making 1 century. So, yeah, got through with 4 points, and look at him now.
Yeah, that was June 22nd, wasn't it? When Dylan played that group. That feels a lifetime ago. But again, that's the second red from distance where the object ball has been close enough to the corner pocket that you really did fancy Zhang Anda for it. This one, not really close. I actually think the more difficult red to this right corner, okay, we'll need the rest and the extensions, but that might be the right red to go for if you can float that in round the back of the black, because it frees the pocket for the blue. Because the table's a little tied up right now. I don't think he's looked at that.
One.
Well, I don't think the blue pots anyway. The pink most certainly will. Yeah, there you see.
Seven.
Well, now he's praying that that pink still pots, because without that, his options are limited. Yeah, he's okay. He's fine. Good chance.
8.
And as it turned out, a good chance
Dylan Emery, 8.
spurned. Not the easiest table, as Stephen said, but Zhang Gander's delighted to get back so quickly.
A little bit of movement on delivery there. We just got a glimpse of that. Didn't cue it as well as he would have liked.
One.
But that was cued really nicely. Well controlled. So what can Zhang Anda do with this table?
Eight.
Another early test of cueing, the red to the green pocket.
Nine.
Nicely done. They've played each other twice before, these two, both in 2022, and Zhang won both of those encounters. (6-4) Scottish Open. 6-4 UK Championship. 4-1 Scottish Open.
Just wonder if he might try and lift the red off the side cushion here. No, too thin. So just playing down the table. 2 cushions for the black.
12.
Really, this is where the hard work starts for Zhang Anda. He's still way behind in this frame in terms of the scoreboard. And that's gone wrong.
19. Zhang Anda, 90.
We were talking about Dylan Emery making his debut at this stage of a ranking event. Zhang Anda, it's the 15th time he's been in the last 8 of a ranking tournament, and he's looking for his 5th final. So a golf and experience.
Great pot from Dylan.
1.
Lovely shot, well controlled. I just wonder how much that experience will count for today though, Phil, because you can only take care of business when you're at the table, but you know, a lot of the time in this format, you're relying on results to go your way as well. So a little bit is out of your hands, which is why it makes it such intriguing viewing, because you know everyone is involved. If this was a normal ranking event, if you like, a straight knockout match, Zhang Anda big favourite at this stage. But I don't think that's the case.
Nine.
Yeah, and we've been talking about how well Emery's played in this tournament, and that's not an isolated incident. In the qualifiers before this began, he won a match in the China Open, and then he won 3 matches to qualify for the Wuhan Open, making a century break in each of them. I think he's feeling more comfortable as a pro than he's
12.
ever done before.
And I like that. I like to see that, because it just goes to show it takes a while to find your feet on the World Snooker Tour. He's been on and off. He's come back through various pathways.
13.
And maybe now we're going to start to see the best of Dylan Emery. I hope so, because I think he's a great talent. Nice lad too. I've always thought he's been a good player, and I've always thought he hasn't quite shown us that yet.
Well, funnily enough, he played in this very tournament a few years back, and he had an absolute
18.
nightmare. He was really, really poor in the group he was involved in. Total transformation this year.
$90.
So the blue puts him 39 ahead. He will need one of the 2 awkward reds.
Yeah, it'd be worth just playing the double on the red closest to this right middle pocket. But I'm not sure he's left it from
24.
where that cue ball is. He wanted to be further up the table. Can he play it with a lot of pace to square it up? I'll have to hit this quite hard. Yeah, not hard enough. Needed to straighten it further.
Dylan Emery, 24.
And that's the inherent danger with a double. You never know where the object ball is going to end up. In this case, not good for Emery.
One. $8.
Well, he's tried a little cheeky one there, I think, to just lift that pink. Got close to it. He knew he couldn't get on this red. He knew that he'd be playing a safety shot. Just tried to nick the pink off the cushion. And that is Dylan's insurance policy right now. Because nothing else is safe.
Zhang Anda, 8.
What a pot. What a pot from Dylan. He had a good look through the gap between the green and blue as to whether he could see the red, and maybe he couldn't see all of it, but the one part he could see was the bit he needed. Good start. Brilliant cueing. Stayed so still on delivery.
Not been a spectacular frame this, but I think there's been enough good snooker in it from Emery to give him plenty of encouragement.
13. Dylan Emery 13 and the frame.
Jhangander concedes. The first frame is in the books on finals day at the BetVictor Championship League of 2026. Not quite completed a frame yet over on table 2. It's a very tight affair, the opener between Elliot Slesser and Noppon Sankam. Sankam celebrating his 34th birthday. He would love one present and one present only, the trophy.
That would be something, wouldn't it, if he was to leave here tonight with that trophy on his birthday, after so long being spoken of as a potential first-time champion. We've not seen a lot from Noppon actually in the last few seasons, which has surprised me, but perhaps this could be the catalyst to something.
I think both of these two fall into the category of first-time winners in waiting. But some players continue to wait their entire life. No guarantee that because you're good, you're going to break through.
Not at all, because there's so many good players waiting in the wings to just take you down when you're out there.
As always, we'll keep you right up to date when important moments happen on table 2. Now, though, back to table 1, where Jhangander is looking to equalise.
His long game let him down a little bit in that opening frame, did Jhangander's. He'll want to try and find a little bit more accuracy over the distance, because if you're not potting the long ones, you're not creating your own chances, you're not able to get in and start scoring. You know, it's a key element to a professional snooker player's game. I don't think Dylan's played the best of containing safety shots there, although the reason Jhangander's refusing the red above the black is because the cue ball is compromised. Black doesn't pot to left corner, so no value in it.
Looking anxiously, and the reason for that, the red is on. In fact, 2 reds are on, but 1 obviously. This is a very bright start from Emery. Not had the best of kisses there, but a good pot nevertheless.
Yeah, really good shot, because that sort of shot can actually make you look a bit silly if you hit it badly. A little touch of left on the cue ball, cueing down ever so slightly on the white. Easy to completely butcher them. And he middled it.
Green ball.
Be disappointed that his cue ball didn't find its way out to a colour. Good pot for just 1 point.
Dylan Emery 1.
Well, he's left this red. There's a pathway through past the pink.
One.
Who would have thought that?
Well, certainly not Zhang Anda when he played the escape. It was quite an innocent one cushion nestle into the pack of reds, and all of a sudden Dylan's found one and he's looking to leave his cue ball just slightly high on the red above the black. Needs it to pull up. Has he gone too far?
6.
If he's slightly high, he can flick the red away from the black and he's in business. I think he's gone too far. Yeah, he was playing with a small margin there. He had about 2-3 inches to land perfect. Just overran. What a difference it makes to this contribution now. Much more difficult to score heavy.
Crux time in the first frame on table 2. Elliot Slesser has spotted green and brown so far in this visit.
Dylan Emery, 7.
But both players at the table in this arena having problems with pink. Emery missing it. Slesser running too far, ideally for it. And that was a complete and utter botch. Wow, he missed that by a mile.
Yeah, he missed it by that far. It looked like he didn't even attempt the pink. That was a shocker from Slesser.
Rarely will you see a world-class player miss a ball to such an extent. Again, underlining the nerves that the players are feeling because the stakes are so high now.
Yeah, the way he played the shot, it was thin, so the cue ball was running up the table anyway, but it looked as if he had one eye on his cue ball, making sure he got close to that baulk cushion. As Dylan has an absolute tear up on table 1, trying to get that cue ball back to baulk, and I tell you what, he could have left something a lot easier than this.
That was poor. It was weak.
Oh, he's had a lovely little flick there, but that cue ball has just travelled on. He knew the cue ball was headed into the red, so just let it take care of itself. But look at the little nudge on the red next to the black. And I tell you what, if he goes for this black, well, he isn't. He's playing safe. You can't blame him for that. That black is so tough.
Dylan Emery, 1.
All of a sudden, though, it's a much better table now. All the high-value colours in play. Pressure on the safety. He's having a shocker, isn't he, at the minute? Zhang Anda, he really is. He's struggling from distance. His long game has completely eluded him. And he had to find the thin edge of that red, and he's caught it miles too thick.
So reminiscent of yesterday when he was really off colour in the first 2 frames against Jimmy Robertson. Ended up salvaging a draw there, and then he beat Jack Lisowski and Kai Chung 3-0. So he dug himself out of a hole 24 hours ago. Might have to do the same here.
And I just hope Dylan keeps his focus high, keeps the intensity high, because he should be recognising what's happening in the opposite corner. It's not very often top players, and Zhang Anda is a top player now. It's not very often they struggle. Their game is usually, you know, quite a level playing field. Very rarely dip below a good performance, even if it's not the highest level. So Dylan's got to try and pounce on that.
14. $15. 22. $23.
The first frame is over on table 2. Nopon Sankar potting pink and black to win it. I'll give you a little more detail. Basically, Slesser almost doubled the pink length of the table inadvertently, but it rattled in the jaws. Sankar potted a really good pink at quiet pace, held on the black and knocked that in as well.
29.
Now, if he just focuses his cue ball control, these 3 reds, or the 2 by the pink spot, 1 beneath the black, with blacks will be plenty enough in this frame.
34.
Yeah, the scoreboard
35.
isn't the issue for Dylan here. Just knocking the 2 reds with any colour be over the line in this frame. Now, delicate little shot coming up here because he's gone a little too far on this blue. Just needs to play a soft stun with a little touch of check past the black. Well, he went the other way past the red and very nearly went wrong.
40.
But he's okay.
$41.
Get a nice piece of ball strike in there. Good sound, good strike. Back perfect top side of the blue. Now just get on this red. Frame ball.
46.
Yes, and this kind of shot a little less daunting this week than it was for the first 3 because the tables are playing after the recover slightly easier.
47.
Well, the perfect start to the day so far for Dylan Emery. He would have been looking for a quick one, looking to get off the mark, and he's going to get the chance at least to maybe take all 3 points. Potentially 2 more frames to come. He'll be hoping for just 1.
Yeah, 61 in front now in this frame, 51 on, so 3 snookers needed.
Foul. Thank you, Dylan. Dylan Emery, 52. Zhang Anda, 4.
Foul shot from Emery, so is that going to lead to an unbelievable twist? You'd still think not, but 2 snookers, that's doable.
Oh, it's a little bit of a schoolboy error, that, isn't it? Because he didn't need to play the shot the way he did with, you know, that cue speed through the white. Just allows for that little touch of movement, and that was enough to catch the green with his cue.
Well, we saw a frame one a couple of nights ago with 2 snookers required. Chris Lakeland against Ali Carter, frame 3.
Took it well, didn't he, Carter?
No.
Sorry.
You had to mention the elephant in the room.
Well, Dylan Emery might have just put himself in a world of
16.
pain for a few moments now. Zhang Anda, there's some big targets on this table, actually. There's every bit of value in continuing this quest for the snookers needed.
Zhang Anda, 16.
I wouldn't be opposed, actually, to see Dylan try and drop the red in or over a pocket. Because taking the red off the table, or trying to make Zhang Anda take the red off the table, removes the free ball possibility. But then it's a way up because of the position of the yellow and brown. There's a guaranteed snooker there. He's got 1.
And that's a better one. Yellow and brown close together, always providing a big target to hide behind.
Yeah, one to err on the side of caution here. If he's going to miss the red, miss it topside. Stay well clear of the black. Good shot. Nice contact.
Yes, and the black running safe, very much to Emery's advantage. You see, if he pots the last red and then knocks in the blue, he would need 2 snookers to tie.
Yeah, and that's what he's just working out. He could pot red and pink here. There's probably more value in keeping the red on the table, though, because in taking it away, he's removing balls. At the minute, they're nicely positioned.
Yes, and if he could pot red and a black and then get a successful snooker, which yielded a free ball on the yellow, if he pots that extra ball, then all the colours, that would be tied scoreless. It's all conjecture now. The frame is over.
Dylan Emery won.
Thanks to being a tad clumsy, Dylan Emery endured a few anxious moments there, but in the end, it was no problem. He doubles his lead. The best Zhang Anda can do in this opening match now is to salvage a draw, and that's exactly what he had to do yesterday. He finds himself in a familiar but unwanted position. Dylan Emery leads 2-0. Slower going on table 2, where we saw that first frame, quite a marathon, end on the black in favour of Noppon Sankam. A ball yet to be potted in frame 2. I think these two are very similar players. Heavy scorers when they get in, but also clever tactically.
Yeah, they've both got a lot of experience now. They both probably feel like their games are just bubbling away. And they're getting close to winning a ranking title. Today could be the day for either. I think this group is wide. I know I keep saying that. You can make a case for everyone, but Elliot Slesser, Noppon Sankam, Lei Pei Fan, David Gilbert, they will all fancy the job. But only one can go through. So every frame matters today. Big effort from all needed. And let's not forget the breaks could come into it come the end of play. So when players get in and get scoring, they'll want to try and mop them all.
Yeah, I think in terms of the way they've played to get here, and that's not the only indicator, but in terms of how they've performed in this tournament alone, you would say Slesser and Gilbert would be considered joint favourites. As for the group on table 1, well, they've all played superbly at times. I thought Hossein Vafai in the second stage was outstanding.
I agree. I think from what we've seen in the phases so far, Hossein is the form player. He's the man to beat on table 1. But again, how can you possibly write off Zhang Anda, Jack Jones or Dylan Emery in this format?
And in the Championship League, players who come through in unlikely circumstances to win groups often go on to achieve overall glory. We've seen that so often. And maybe Jack Jones fits the bill there.
Yeah, Jack Jones, he's had a couple of scares, really, hasn't he? There's not many players that came through phase 1 with just 4 points. He lost a game, drew a game and won a game. And then he very nearly was out in phase 2. He had to get the verdict over Chang Bing-yu in the final game. So he might be, on a shot to nothing, really, in his own mind.
Yeah, we'll discuss that more when he plays Hossein Vafai next on table 1. But this is basically the story of that second phase group for Jack Jones. He drew his first match 2-2 against Mark Joyce. He needed a win against Marco Fu in his second. He was 2-1 up, but 66-0 down in the fourth frame. Somehow won that frame on the black to win 3-1. And then beat Chang Bing-yu, the form player of the day to that point, to advance. OK then, can Dylan Emery make the perfect start and win 3-0? Or, just like yesterday, will Zhang Anda stick to his coattails? I well remember when the second stage started last Friday saying that you could feel the intensity rising. And I think it's gone up another notch today, as you might expect, with so much up for grabs.
Yeah, it's funny because you get, you know, the best of both worlds today. If you eventually become the table topper, you play a best of 5 final, win or lose. So the first portion of the day is jostling for positions and, you know, studying the permutations, trying to do what you can, hope for results elsewhere and see how you go, and then all of a sudden it's right. Normal snooker again, best of 5 for the title. Big test of mindset as well for everyone today. And I suppose energy conservation, because there is that extra game later on. A lot of time, downtime spent in between matches.
With all points taken off from this tournament 2 years ago and then added on for what players have earned this year, on the provisional rankings, Dylan Emery already up to 70th from 72. So that's the worst he can be exiting this tournament. If he has a good group here, he could zoom considerably higher.
Yeah, Dylan's the last man standing of the players outside the 64, and it's a big tournament for players like him because of that second season tour card underway, looking for results and looking to do a lot of damage early on in the calendar to put himself in the best possible position come the end of the season.
Well, the cue ball catching the jaws of the top pocket there did damage the Zhang didn't want to see. One good positional shot here, and it could lead to plenty. Chanced his arm. No good.
Yeah, it was a calculated risk, that, wasn't it? The cue ball was going into the red and black anyway. He couldn't avoid that, so he rolled the dice to try and push that black into play. Didn't work out, but well, he had the chance to really take control of the table. Didn't quite get that cue ball where intended.
The similarities between this match and yesterday are extraordinary. Zhang played very nicely in the latter half of the day, but early on he was all over the place, and it's exactly the same here.
One.
You know the old phrase, Stephen, make hay while the sun shines. That's what Emery's got to do.
Absolutely, because he could come out again later on against Hussein Vafai or Jack Jones, and they could play like God and absolutely fly against him. You know, it's the nature of the beast. Take it while you can. He doesn't look awake, Zhang Anders, sat in his seat. Maybe it's too early for him. He certainly hasn't woken up on the table just yet.
Interesting you should say that. You know, I did the report for the snooker scene on the two groups yesterday, and I described him early on as being lethargic, and yeah, that's the impression he gives.
Seven.
Emery wide awake.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's worth noting, obviously Zhang Anda came through yesterday. He had a full day's snooker and, you know, a lot of energy exerted, a lot of mental energy too. What sort of bearing might that have on his performance today? It seems to be having some right now. It's a slow start.
13.
The other players have had a chance to go away, reset and refocus. Of course, the same applies to Elliot Slessor on table 2, so it'll be interesting to see how Zhang Anda and Elliot get on today as the day progresses.
14.
Anyway, Dylan could give approximately 0 interest
20.
into Zhang Anda and how he's feeling. He's got a job to do, and right now he's doing it.
$21.
By the way, on table 2, they've been playing the second frame for 14 minutes, and Nopon Sankom has just potted the second red.
$28. $29.
Well, I said right at the start of this frame that Dylan Emery has got the opportunity to make the perfect start, winning 3-0. What about the ultra-perfect start, winning 3-0 with a big break?
Yeah, I'm not too sure he'll be that bothered about a big break right now. He won't be thinking about that. All he'll be thinking is get to that
35.
frame ball, put myself in a position to get 3 points. And he should go close. This is a good chance. Just a little
36.
consideration with a few of the reds. They might be covering one another, so that gives him a little something to focus on. That's a good thing. He won't get too far ahead of himself. Played that nicely.
$43. $44. $51.
Now just a little angle on this pink. Just slightly low of straight.
52.
That's perfect. That gets him over the left side. Can put his cue ball anywhere now.
$58.
Now this red, not quite as simple as it might appear. Nicely done.
59.
3-0 looming.
And again, he was just looking for a hair of angle on this pink, and he's got it perfectly, just high of straight. Could play for the 2 reds to middle, or he could screw back across the face of them into an area. Frame ball, frame and match
65.
ball.
Yeah, now he can
66.
switch his attention to the sizable break that might be useful in the end.
Oh, I'll be feeling really good, won't he?
73.
Been a lot of anticipation as he was coming into this final day. Going through in his mind how he would like the day to go. Of course, it doesn't always go that way, but so far, it's been perfect.
80.
He's made 6 centuries so far this season. What about a 7th here?
81.
No century, but ample
81.
to win frame and match. The lowest ranked player in the group, indeed in finals day, defeats the top seed in the group by 3 frames to 0. Dylan Emery, 3, Janganda, 0. Next up, Hossein Vafai takes to the table to take on Dylan Emery's fellow countryman, Jack Jones.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where the first match on finals day is in the books. And what a start it was for the Welshman Dylan Emery, beating Zhang Anda by 3 frames to 0. So he's laid down a marker. We'll see him in match 3, the final match of this session against Hossein Vafai. But it is Iran's leading player taking on Jack Jones now. Very slow going on table 2. 1-0 to Nopon Sankam. He won a drawn out first frame on the black, and the second frame is following a similar pattern. Joining me for this one is David Hendon, and after the start that Emery's made, I think for him a 2-2 draw here would be manna from heaven.
It would, and these two very evenly matched. It's, you can feel this in the venue, the sort of sense of seriousness. Obviously it's the last day, there's a trophy. The first day there's a trophy up for grabs, and it's focusing a few minds, I think. There's not a lot of chat going on backstage. But yeah, Dylan Emery setting the pace here. Jack Jones may be a bit unusual in as much as he's actually only won 3 of his 6 matches thus far, but of course we're still able to top both of those groups. Hossein Vafai has won 4 matches and drawn the other 2.
Yeah, now last match, Zhang Anda came into this group having won 17 of 20 frames played. Whereas Jack Jones, it's been a struggle for him, as Dave said. He's won 14, lost 9 so far. Could have gone out in either stage quite easily.
Yeah, which kind of makes you feel maybe it'll be his day. We'll see. It's a very tough couple of groups. Vafai, though, I thought was very impressive. In actually both groups he won. And of course he's free of that shoulder injury now. He told us after the first group he won that, touch wood, all is well now with that. We saw at the World Championship, of course, him reach the quarterfinals. Was the only qualifier to beat a seed, Serge Olway. Then he beat Judd Trump in a decider before Wu Yiza, the eventual winner, beat him. An excellent pot, and Keeble just running on. Just looking at the players playing today, it's huge for the rankings. On the provisional rankings, so this is with factoring in the next lot of points coming off, Zhang Anda's 18th, Slesser 19th,
Green ball.
Leipei Fan 25, Vafai 27, Jack Jones 31. They're all in that group outside the top 16.
Jack Jones won.
And they're going to get an extra 25,000 ranking points by the end of the day. So it really is massive.
miss. Jack Jones 4. Back, yeah.
They played each other 3 times before in the Championship League, these two. Vafai winning on every occasion, but head-to-head wise, outside of this tournament, Jones has the advantage 3-2.
Well, it looks like he can just about see this red deposit. Or can he?
One.
Can be a ferocious scorer, Jack Jones, in the Championship League Invitational, which is a very different animal, different format. He played in a bunch of groups and made 32 centuries in one tournament. World record. A record, Dave, that might never be beaten. But he's not worried about records today. He just wants silverware. And I think he's equipped to gain it.
Definitely, but is he equipped here on the next red? He may have been unlucky here. He played the aggressive shot, but the reds look like they're covering one another. Can he just... Well, he's trying to convince himself, I think. And he's sort of seen the writing on the wall there. Well, I say that, he's come to look from the pocket.
It was this kind of shot that got him in trouble temporarily against Chang Bingyu in the previous group. He needed to win that match. He was 2-0 up and 62-0 up, but the frame ball he had only went into a very small portion of the pocket. He missed it. He missed another chance to pot frame ball. Chang won the frame on the black in the end, but luckily Jones prevailed in the end.
Well, he's taking on the red by the blue. Big shot with reds available. If he misses, terrific.
9.
That'll make him feel good. I think he's a deceptively attacking player. You know, when he got to the World Final, I think the nature of the World Championship, you get quite a few lengthy frames, tactical frames, but he can score, as you mentioned, the record centuries. When he beat Luca Brissell in the final round of qualifying for the World Championship, he made 5 in that best of 19. Just didn't perform against Mark Selby when he got to the Crucible.
He's also got another less tangible thing on his side today.
13.
The history of the Championship League tells us that quite often the overall winner, whether it's invitational or ranking, comes very close to going out before they actually capture the title.
$14.
And he's been extremely close to elimination. So being here in his mind is a bonus.
$21.
I mentioned before, Jack Jones had an injury last season to his wrist, which obviously affected him.
$22.
I know that when he obviously reached the World Final, he was hoping that would be a major step forward. It didn't quite work out that way, but he was just one frame away from the English Open final last season. He led 5-3 in the semis against Mark Allen, who of course made various comebacks in that tournament and won various close matches, just denied him 6-5.
28.
Noppin Sengam has won another lengthy frame against Elliot Slessor, who I think has conceded there. Well, Noppin was actually on the blue, so Slessor, slight concern for him because he will tell you himself his temperament sometimes can let him down, and he's lost two pretty long frames there to trail 2-0. He's got to try and dig in, still get the draw.
33.
This worked out okay. They didn't really sort of split these reds, but he's on one, which is all you really are looking for. And those reds are kind of lined up. It's like the machine gun shot there. Those 4 reds all lined up to that left corner pocket.
34.
Machine gun. It's a trick shot where the players, they play the cue ball to a corner pocket and then very quickly they pop a load of reds in a row with the tip of their cue.
$41. $42.
Not very often you see a Crucible finalist still waiting to win their first world ranking title. You look down the roll of honour in the championship, and I think the last would have been Perry Mann's 1978.
$47. $48.
Yeah, and even then, Perry Mann, he went on to win the Masters, of course. Yeah, it was out the blue when he got to the final. I mean, he had got to the quarterfinals the year before, but I don't think he was being talked up as a likely finalist 2 years ago. Anyway, he's getting closer here. Just a check of the scores.
55.
Another red and a black. And Fine needs a snooker. He was in what looked at sort of quite an innocuous snooker behind the green for 5, but he did leave a red on, as we saw. But the real big shot was Jones potting that red by the blue to the green pocket when it looked like
56.
he wasn't really on anything, and he just kept it going very nicely.
He didn't go home after winning his last group. He was here yesterday practicing. And I was explaining to him what I've just been saying about the
63.
fact that so often when you scrape through a group, or in his case 2, when you get to the final day, things go really well.
64.
Maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, Dave. He's certainly playing nicely in this frame.
I think he's absolutely got the temperament to survive today, but of course these matches are so short, and you know, you don't have to do much wrong to lose frames. But anyway, he's done everything right here, and now looking to beat that 81 of Dylan Emery earlier in case the high breaks do decide things.
72. Jack Jones, 72.
Thought the black was in, but it stayed on the lip. Never mind, a break of 72, more than sufficient for Jones to take the opener from Vafai.
Now, 2-0 Noppin Sengam against Elliot Slessor, who's going through it a little bit there, 2 long frames. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Phil, with a trivia question, okay? So it's Noppin Sengam's 34th birthday today. So obviously if he wins the tournament, he'll win on his birthday. Who is the only player to win a ranking event on their birthday?
As Slessor, yeah, I think Christmas has come early for for Sancom as well as his birthday. Yeah, well, look, I'm working on a process of deduction here. It's Stephen Hendry's birthday in January. He won plenty. Ronnie O'Sullivan, his birthday in December. He's won even more, so I would say it's one of those two. I'll go for Hendry.
No, it's not either of those, but it is another all-time great, Mark Williams. He won the tournament. Probably people don't remember. It was the WST Pro Series. It was put on during COVID at Milton Keynes as something for people to play in a league event, and the final was on his birthday. His 46th birthday.
The second frame. The same for 5 to back.
Well, let's hope that Zhang Anda never wins a ranking event on his birthday. It's Christmas Day.
Well, I'm sure he felt he struck that well, but not to be. But doesn't look like he's left anything. I was saying, but 5, of course, has won the shootout, so he's looking to get into the ranks of multiple ranked event winners. Dave Gilbert the same, Lepe Fan, and indeed Zhang Anda. I think they're two very interesting groups. You can't really say there was an obvious favourite coming in. Dave Gilbert, of course, won this before. I suppose that's in his favour. But really, they're all pretty evenly matched.
Enjoyed a terrific start to the season. Vafai qualified for the China Open, beating Marco Fu and David Lilly. 3 centuries in those 2 wins, and then he beat Ben Wollaston to qualify for Wuhan. Now he's here. But immediately on the back foot.
Five. 6.
In an ideal world, would have wanted more displacement to the Reds than that.
12.
Does have a red to middle, but it's very risky indeed. But as Dave said, he's not frightened to take on the big shot.
Jack Jones, 12.
So at long last, Hossein Vafai has some sort of chance in this match. He's been shot out for a frame and a bit.
Jack Jones, 12.
Well, I assume he's on something. Looking at this red, I thought he was on one to left corner, but maybe not.
Not very nice cueing on the red to the left middle. He would have played by now had the other red not been intervening. He's okay though.
One.
And the cue ball is stopped just in time.
Well, interestingly, in terms of centuries this season, Chan Bing-yu, of course, top with 7, but the next 3 players on 6 are all in this group. Zhang Anda, Dylan Emery and Hossein Vafai. He won't be one here, though. He's missed the green. Jack Jones has made 5, so, you know, those qualifiers in the Championship League, they've been scoring, but this green stays out, and the chance comes to a premature end.
What a morning stroke afternoon so far for the Welsh. Emery and maybe Jones could match him.
One.
We have it every year, don't we, at the Welsh Open? You know, will there be a Welsh winner? And the answer is usually no. Because there's only ever been one, and that was Mark Williams. And it's over 20 years since he last won it, Mark.
Yeah, and there's that perennial joke which is never funny. Yeah, the only Welshman left in the tournament, they're talking about a referee.
John Pellew.
7.
Funnily enough, Vafai ended Jones's hopes in the 2022 Welsh Open. 4-0.
Well, Welsh ranking event winners. We've had, of course, Ray Reardon, Terry Griffiths, Doug Mountjoy back in the golden era. More recently, Mark Williams, Matthew Stiggs and Michael White. Dominic Dale, who represents Wales.
And even though he got inside the world's top 10,
14.
that list does not include Darren Morgan. Came close, and he won plenty of other professional events, but not a ranking tournament.
Although he is the reigning Welsh amateur champion at the age of 60, Darren. Still playing.
15.
Yeah, absolutely cracking player. You don't get in the top 10 in the world without being.
21. $22. 29. $30.
Using the other red as a buffer. And now it's looking very good for Jones here. And looking very good on table 2 for Nopon Sankon to complete a 3-0 win over Elliot Leicester. He's not there yet, but he's banging the balls, looking likely to do so.
Yeah, 2 lengthy and quite close frames went to him. Meanwhile,
37.
Jones has gone wrong here. Badly wrong, actually. Just stuck to the pink.
We've seen that a lot over the last 3 days. This new cloth is very reactive and players quite often are overscrewing.
Well, it looks like he can get through to the potting angle of this red past the green. Well, he's used the green, whether he meant to or not. It's gone in and the green comes across the face of the cue ball. So he's looking at the blue, I guess, now.
Good pot. But these blues, tough enough if you have to stun them. When you're following through, which you would have to do, I think even more of a test.
Nopon Sankon home and dry there on a break of 72 against Leicester. So it's going to be 3-0. Great start for the man who celebrates his 34th birthday today. Well, we saw him pop the big red to the green pocket in the last frame. Can he knock this blue in here and continue? 49 in front. Ah, brilliant. Shots like that can make the difference on days like this.
Yeah, 2
43.
cracking recovery pots in succession.
$80 the winning break from Nopon Sankon, so great
44.
start for him. Leicester now chasing things in that group.
Yes, you do see players win groups when they've lost their first match 3-0, but very rarely.
$50. $51.
That was frame ball. Superb stuff from Jones.
$58.
Well, the fight didn't really have a look in frame 1. He did in this frame, though. And, of course, missed that green to
59.
the yellow pocket.
$65. $66.
Good angle on the black to split up the 2 remaining reds. And we can't overstate, Dave, can we, just how important a very big break could be.
Yeah, and he'll be aware of that as well, I'm sure. Jack Jones here determined to clear these
74.
and post the target in this group.
$81.
Possible 116 on.
$82. $89. $91.
Impassive Vafai.
94. $98.
Not surprised, of course, because he knows just how good Jones can be.
$103.
Well, it's a significant break because of how it came about. Potentially it's significant in terms of the overall group. The 75th century of the Championship League this season.
109. $116 in the frame.
Target set in terms of high break. Frame 1 as Jack Jones doubles his lead to 2-0 over Hossein Vafai. Terrific stuff. Now we know that Nopon Sankam finished with a flourish against Elliott Leicester to win 3-0, so that releases table 2 for Lei Pei Fan and Dave Gilbert to begin their campaign shortly. This is how it's panning out this morning. Vafai will remain on after this to take on Dylan Emery. If he could come back and gain a 2-all draw, he would go into that match with renewed vigour. But if he were to be beaten 3-0, maybe then Emery could take advantage of the fact that his opponent could be a little deflated. All about momentum when you play back-to-back matches. And on table 2, the second seed, Lei Pei Fan, he's going to play back-to-back against Gilbert and then against Sankam.
I think by this stage, though, you could see them all cancelling one another out, couldn't you? You could see Vafai beating Emery, Zhang beating Jack Jones. All of a sudden, it's all level. We'll see. It's more likely to happen at this stage than in the early stage when, let's be honest, some of the groups, there's a bit of a disparity with some of the players. That's not going to be the case on the last day. But the fact is, you're just trying to win frames, and Jack Jones has won the first 2 and won them well.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us for the first time in this tournament, you might be wondering why we are making such a big deal of the high break situation. Well, these groups are won by total points, but if there's a tie there, then it goes on frames difference. If that is the same, then it goes on the head-to-head between the two players concerned. And if that was a 2-all draw, or indeed more players were involved in the tie than 2, it could come down to high break. So Jones, in that regard, sitting pretty.
Well, if you're joining us for the first time, where have you been? We've been here 4 weeks. It's the way this shot is played these days. It's not the conventional shot to nothing. They deliberately keep the cue ball short of the baulk line to be on a colour. Such is the sort of confidence now in the players in terms of their long potting. Got to do something here though, hasn't he? Because he's been, as I say, apart from that one chance in the second frame, largely shut out of things.
$5. $6.
Having potted just one red in the first couple of frames, it's Vafai's turn to have some
13.
quality table time.
Fourteen. $19. $20.
The common conundrum, one open red, but a nice angle on the black. And that's what most players do when they've got that, go into them. But of course,
20.
if you do that, best pot the black. In the second stage the other day, he was not missing balls of that nature. Well, I can only assume he missed that because he was thinking about the kiss off the second red to go up for the blue. Oh, but Vafai, two bad ones in a row. Seemed to play that shot really quickly. What a lovely little kiss, bringing a red out right over the pocket. Got down to play that, and a plane flew overhead. You could hear it.
7.
You can hear pretty much everything out there because it is so silent, no crowd. Behind closed doors events. I like that. Cathedral-like.
8.
Yeah, I can still hear it. Maybe it's Ali Carter coming back to play that fourth frame from the other night.
So you've mentioned that. Stephen's mentioned it already.
14.
Just keeping an eye on the start of Lepe Fan Dave Gilbert. Lepe Fan was nicely in, just missed an absolute sitter of a black. Left it in the jaws, just trying to pinch a bit of the
19.
pocket, and Gilbert steps in. So, of course, Dave Gilbert, everyone here knows how to win this tournament. He did in 2021. understands the sort of demands on the last day and controlling the emotions, because there are times when you probably think, I've got no chance, and then suddenly
20.
results go your way, you're back in contention again. Equally, if you make a good start, you think, well, you know, it's going to be my day, but it doesn't always work out that way. Just the odd frame, the odd shot in a frame can really change things.
$26.
Well, the red has just gone down table enough to make this quite a thin cut. Yeah, the problem there wasn't the actual pot.
27.
It was how he controlled the cue ball, and I can tell you, he's controlled it very nicely indeed. Another inch or so of travel on the white would have left the blue simply ideal, but he can still sort this out.
$32.
Although one has to say, given where the balls are, given the position of the match, this is a pressure shot. Equal to it.
33.
Yeah, big chance now to get this one to match Dylan Emery's 3-0 win over Zhang Yanda.
$38. $39. $44.
By the way, when I was reading off the list of Welsh ranking event winners, I left off quite a significant one, Ryan Day, who's won 4. So apologies to Ryan.
45.
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty relaxed about it. So the blue here to be 30 in front. That means he needs 3 more pots to leave Vafai needing a snooker.
50.
Good scoring from Jones, 72, 116, and now an ongoing half century. Perhaps he feels as though he's destined to win after those 2 very close scrapes in the previous 2 groups. Could miss this pink though, because he's playing it with a touch of running side. No, nicely done. So this is frame ball for a 3-0 win.
57.
The Welsh are coming, Dave.
Well, he's played really well. OK, Vafai did miss a green in the last frame. He missed a red in this frame. But overall, Jack Jones has made very few mistakes. Breaks of 72, 116. This break standing at 57. And this is the ball for 3-0. Jones plays Emery second on this afternoon. That could well have a sort of feeling of being a decider. But as I say, in this format, the players can cancel one another out. If Vafai were to beat Emery and Jack here was to lose to Janganda, suddenly we're kind of back to square one. So it's a good start, yes, but things can change yet.
Yeah, did the right thing there by knocking in the pink.
64.
With no positional heroics involved. 44 in front with 35 on, so 3 snookers needed by Vafai.
Jack Jones, 64.
The great hope, of course, for the chaser in this kind of situation is for one snooker that yields a free ball. But in most cases, it's a forlorn hope. And it might be here. I think he's left the gap. Could he possibly come to regret that? Vafai regrets that. He concedes immediately. And so, what a session so far for the Welsh. Dylan Emery beating Janganda 3-0. And now Jack Jones matching that scoreline at the expense of Hossein Vafai, aided by breaks of 72, 116 and 64. One more match to come in this session. Vafai has to try and bounce back against Dylan Emery in around 5 minutes' time.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So we continue with match 3 on the final day of the BetVictor Championship League. Hossein Vafai with his hand fan. But what he needs is frames. And Dylan Emery, of course, has already won 3-0 over Zhang Anda. Vafai lost 3-0 to Jack Jones. So Emery, if he wins this match, he's looking really good.
Well, I've seen players cooling down their hands or the face, but I've never seen a player fanning down the cue. It's not exactly red hot after his last result, is it?
They've played a couple of times 2 years ago. Vafai won them both in 2 events in China, the Zhang Grand Prix and International Championship. Well, that's more like it. He did have a couple of chances in that last match. They were really only a couple. But Jack Jones was punishing when he wasn't taking them.
And that's why it's so tough to make predictions in this format. You know, is there a favourite coming into it? I'm not sure there is. It's all on the day, on the game. If you're clinical when you're getting amongst them and you score heavy, you've got a great chance. But you don't have to do a lot wrong to not get results in this.
Well, he missed a green not unlike this earlier in the match with Jack Jones, frame 2.
Well, it's a good shot and it's well controlled, and I just wonder where the cue ball will be heading. Into the reds and back out, hopefully, for Hossein. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I was saying with Phil in the last match, you know, because of course they've all won 2 groups. Okay, Dylan and Jack have made good starts, but you could see the players cancel one another out. It would be no great surprise if Vafai won this 3-0 and suddenly, you know, we're sort of almost starting again. It's in his hands to at least get going here. Wasn't happy with that though.
Well, he's got the world to play into there, and he's landed in the one spot where he's not on anything really, but for a real thin cutback.
Yeah, you don't need those really when you've already lost 3-0. That was a really good chance, wasn't it? And look at the table now for Dylan Emery, of course, who's feeling really good after his initial 3-0 win over Zhang Anda.
Yeah, I was thinking that a few moments ago when I was on the practice table. You know, it was the perfect start for Dylan Emery, 3-0, but then it's not really the perfect start when the next guy out wins 3-0 as well. But at least he's in contention, he's in the mix, and really it's in his hands now.
Meanwhile, Dave Gilbert on the other table's got Lepe fan in a pretty evil snooker, and he's already missed 6 times. The points are level now. He was 24 in front with 25 on when it all started. Well, he has now hit the green, so the points level there. Well, we've got players in this group who've won tournaments, who've been in finals, semi-finals. Dylan Emery, this is the furthest he's been in a ranking event. So it's a big day for him. Of course, whether he wins or not, of course he'd love to. Well, he'd love to pot that first. I was going to say all the ranking points, all to the good, but the break has come to an end. He's just seeing if he's actually left the red here. Seems he has. It's a massive reprieve, that, for Vafai. Just what he needed with the bad start he's made.
Yeah, that's huge. Or it could be huge if he can score a few here. That was a disappointing positional shot that Dylan played to get on that black. Awkward cueing over the top of the red. He could have put his cue ball anywhere, but to land there, that was poor. He's paid the price.
9.
Seemed in good spirits this morning when I saw Hossein Vafai. Great big smile on his face. Looked to be looking forward and ready to really enjoy the day, but it just goes to show how quickly it can get away from your disappointing result in his opener. And, well, if he doesn't get a result in this one, if he loses this match, he's eliminated. So that shows how quick your day can end.
Well, it's just becoming a bit of a trial, this. He's on the blue, yes, but pressure on all of these now. Just looking to get really nicely in. Well, that blue has stayed potted. Yeah, he's a big character, isn't he? I think he's a popular character as well, because people understand that coming from Iran, he's had issues with visas, he's had issues with injuries as well that have impeded him. He's not been afraid down the years to get involved in a bit of controversy now and again, with Ronnie O'Sullivan most famously, Mark Williams here actually at a tournament, the World Grand Prix, where he refused to shake his hand, criticised the Crucible. But for all of that, I think people would love to see him do well.
Yeah, he's a big personality, isn't he? He's a presence around the venue. He's a really nice guy as well, and he's a fabulous snooker player, but he hasn't shown it yet today. Perhaps this can be the start of something if he can convert this chance. Should do now. Perfect to do so. 2 reds pot to this right corner.
Yeah, this is the one that will get him to snooker as required. He had to rely on Dylan Emery missing that black, coming bad on the black and missing it. So Hossein Vafai wins his first frame of this final day of Championship League.
Struck that one really well. Just slightly the wrong side of the black, but used the reverse side to get back out into the middle of the table for the red. Probably like to clear the table here, just to keep himself out there, potting balls. Try and build a bit of momentum for the next frame.
Well, the red stays out, but the frame is over, and Hossein Vafai does finally get on the scoreboard today. It's not too late either, of course. We know that from Vast experience here. 65 the break, 1-0 the lead. Now then, Lepe Fan looks like he's going to, well, possibly win that frame. He's not ideal on this brown. But in it goes. So, it's, well, he's 18 in front, 18 on. So, pink safe. If he can knock the blue in, and it's no gimme, then it's going to be 1-0, you'd think. Oh, what a shot.
He's got so much swagger, hasn't he, round the table, Lepe Fan. He really has. That was a great pot. What a grueling opening frame this has been.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, Gilbert had him nailed him behind the black on the green, but he sort of turned round after he hit it. In goes the pink. Lepe Fan, he's very steely character. Remember 2 years ago he beat Wu Yizha in that Scottish Open final. And then later in the season he beat Karen Wilson day one at the Crucible when Wilson was defending champion. So, you know, he's come good on big occasions before. As you know by now, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel for Table 2 as we continue here. The last match of the session on Table 1 for Fine leading Emery 1-0. Dylan Emery, of course, he was here on day 1. All those many weeks ago. In the group that included Karen Wilson, of course, sadly had to withdraw after his initial match. I remember, I think you were here as well, Stephen. Dylan left, didn't he? He wasn't quite sure what was going to happen because matches were voided and, you know, he might have ended up not winning that group.
Yeah, when Kyron withdrew, I think there was something with his final match that he had to get a bit of a result anyway because the result was voided earlier on in the day. But anyway, it came good in the end. It just goes to show you the players get so anxious when they're backstage just trying to work out all the numbers and placings in the table. But I thought he was brilliant in phase 2, Dylan Emery. He played really well in that group, particularly his match against Stan Moody. And he deserves his spot here today, and he deserves a chance to get a ranking title in the bag. You know, it's a big day. You've already mentioned this is already the furthest he's ever been. But you look at his ranking, the fact he's on the second year of his tour card. You know, you want to get these results in the bag early, just take the pressure off. There's a lot of traffic now, a lot of obstacles to avoid, trying to play safe back to bulk. He might have a thin edge down the right side, but it would have to be thin. And that's the danger. The second you catch that, a trace too thick, bad news. And you might be thinking, well, the cue ball going back to bulk is okay. Yeah, it's not, because I think Hussain can get through to this red, through the gap to left corner. So he won that little tactical standoff. Gets another chance. That previous game against Jack Jones was actually the first time that Hussain Vafai has tasted defeat in this year's Championship League. He's won his 2 groups with 7 points, 2 wins and 2 draws. So looking for a response. may be nicely held. He's shaking his head. I just wonder if he can pot the red to right corner, 2 down from the pink, and push the other red out of the way. That would open the pink up even further. Perhaps doesn't have an angle to do that. So looking elsewhere. Where's this cue ball heading? Straight in the middle pocket. Well, it very quickly unravelled that break. He seemed pretty unhappy with the position of the cue ball from the blue. He had easier reds to pot, there's no doubt about that. Played that one for positional reasons.
I suppose for Emery the question is, as the day goes on, if he is in the position to win this group, how will he feel then? Because it would be huge, of course, to get through to tonight's final.
Yeah, I think actually at this stage of the season it'll be okay, because he'll just be thinking about today, not too far afield. You know, if this was like the second to last event of the season or the last event with the tour card on the line, he'd be in bits, but I think today he can just play. And he accepts the format as well. You know, it's cutthroat. You don't know how the other players are going to do.
Well, back we go.
Well, it's quite important he makes contact this time. He's playing a soft little swerve around the yellow to catch the edge of the red. He doesn't want to miss it this time, because then he'll be in trouble. With himself and the referee, he'll be warned. Yeah, good shot.
Well, this red is going close to the corner. Well, he's got a very good cue ball.
Any contact to the red and it's in. I like how he's played that. That was really well thought out. Cushion first on the red to make sure he caught the right part of it to send it into the other.
Things looking up then for Hossein Vafai here. Already 1-0 up. I always think with the Championship League we sort of ease ourselves into the snooker season, but it gets very, very busy now. We've got qualifying next week. We've got the Shanghai Masters the week after, which is the first time we'll see some of the real superstars in the sport. And then the China Open, the Wuhan Open, and you know, back for qualifying, more tournaments, British Open, English Open, so we're really off and running. But players who've done well in this event have a bit of a head start, certainly in terms of confidence, ranking points. And someone very likely to be coming back in November to Leicester for the Champion of Champions as well. I remember one year going back when there weren't many tournaments. The first ranking event was in October. You know, by October this year, we'll have had about 8 or 9.
Yeah, there's a lot of snooker played early on now. The season seems to be getting longer and longer, which is a great thing. You know, it keeps us all playing, it keeps us all practicing. After the World Championships this year, I was able to just get abroad and have a bit of time away from the table. But the second we got back to the UK, you look at the calendar and it's like, wow, the season starts again in like 3-4 weeks. So the queue comes out again. It's definitely part of the reason why the standard has improved massively. Players are playing a lot more competitive snooker, and it's great for the game. It's pushing the level. Well, that cannon was misjudged, and it was a cannon that was forced upon him because of the angle he had on the blue. He was just trying to use those reds as a stopper for the cue ball. Misjudged it. But redeems himself.
What a great recovery. So the blue to lead by 61. 75 on. Well, with the blue here, we still will need one more red. Just kept this going well, and it's an example of how these groups can turn round. You know, he made a bad start, Emery made a good start, but in this match it's going the other way. Vafai now guaranteed a point.
It might get a bit twitchy later if, let's just say, Hussein Vafai converts this to a 3-0 win and then Zhang Anda beats Jack Jones 3-0. We've basically got a one-game shootout across the board.
Yeah, and that's why high breaks, of course, can and do often play a big part. We saw Jack Jones make 116 against Vafai. In fact, he can just pip that here, can't he, by 1 point?
Yeah, I wonder if he's aware of it. I'm sure he is. But is he thinking about it right now? Well, there's your answer. No. I think he's just done the maths now, has he?
Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of thing you wouldn't normally think about unless you try to make the high break in the tournament. Doesn't really come into it in other tournaments. Yeah, he's realised. He's playing on the black. Well, not to beat, but 90, a fine effort from Hussein Vafai, who extends his lead here over Dylan Emery to 2-0, and as I say, is now guaranteed at least a point from this match. Dave Gilbert in the balls on table 2, looking to level up with Lei Pei Fan. Remember, Noppen Senkan beat Elliot Slesser 3-0 first up there. Lei Pei Fan will stay on to play the last match of the session against Noppen Senkan. Did you hear my trivia question earlier, Stephen?
No, go on.
Okay, well, Phil didn't. I was disappointed he didn't know the answer. Let's see if you fare any better. Because he's Noppon's birthday today. He's 34. Only one player in snooker history has won a ranking event on his birthday.
Ronnie, UK champs?
No, you were very quick there. Maybe a little bit too quick.
I just know that his birthday is around.
Yeah.
Is it the 5th of December?
Yeah,
it's always around. It's a similar date to mine, so
It's
UK
a good
finals.
Yeah, it's a good shout, but not right. It's Mark Williams. He won a tournament called the Pro Series, which is quite like the Championship League. It was a league event, actually best of threes, during the COVID era at Milton Keynes, and it's his 46th birthday.
Did he beat Sam Craigie in the final, was it?
Oh, you got me now. I think he might. Yeah, there was a final group, wasn't there, and then a final, but he got a trophy, which I think he left here. But anyway, that's the answer. So Gilbert looking to press on as we go back to see if Emery can get a frame here.
Oh, he's left that red again. He's already knocked one of these in. Can he find another? No, much too thin. Although you'd rather err on the side of caution with that. If you're going to miss it thin, because then you get the legs on the cue ball. Lovely length again. Puts Dylan under a little bit of pressure. He'd like to swing this cue ball around rather than the thin edge because the pink's in the way. Oh, and he's caught it way too thick. Very easy to get that shot wrong, you know. Coming across the face of a red. Trying to use that little spot of right-hand side. But what can Hussein do with it? Can he get to the black? Well, he couldn't get to the black, but he's had an absolute dream kiss to the blue. And now studying the black spots in particular. Is there a way in which he can start to uncover it? The reds are nicely spread, but it's all very congested. He's got a hair of angle on this black. I suppose he'd probably like to just flick the red away from the black spot. Just above it. And I chose against that for some reason. Now, is this black potable? Well, it may be, but getting to it is the issue. No, he was okay. Perfect, in fact. And now he can start to chip reds away from that black spot. He's worked this out really well. Great chance now.
He's a very tough character, isn't he? You know, he's had to be, as I mentioned, the problems he's had off the table just to keep going in his career. He's had to absorb quite a few blows, but he's managed to do so.
It served him well, though, really, because it's properly toughened him up. He's a solid match player now, and he's got a lot of natural talent, Hussein Verfight. He's had that from a very young age. Feels like he's been around forever, in fact, doesn't it? He's only 31.
Clearly switched on in this format, though. The fact that he tried to beat that Jack Jones break in the last frame tells you that. Okay, he didn't ultimately do it, but it tells you he's aware of how it all works and what needs to happen here today. But the main thing that needs to happen in this match is for him to win it, and to win it 3-0 as well, to match the first two results for Dylan Emery and Jack Jones. Looking very likely to happen now, 46 in front.
Well, he's cracked the code of this table, because when he came to it, it wasn't necessarily a difficult table once he got in amongst them, but playing the right shot at the right time to unlock it was the key. It was the thinking behind the break that has paid off now. You know, he took a long while to just study the table. And he's figured it out. And this is a good chance, actually, to chalk up a big break.
So this red for victory, and a really big break on. There's still 75 points on the table here. So if you're going to try and set a high break target, 145 would be not too shabby.
And it's a proper feel-good break, this, because he's done the problem solving that I mentioned before. Proper snooker player's break.
Well, as you say, if Zhang Anda were to beat Jack Jones 3-0, then everyone's back to square one again. And at that point, with two matches left, they would be divided by the breaks. He made 14 centuries last season. As I say, it wasn't his best year until the end at the World Championship. But if he makes one here, that'll be 7 already for this season, which, you know, has not had that many matches to play in. Come back well here. You know, you can get a bit disappointed, a bit disconsolate, losing 3-0, but went right back on the table and has done the business. So black 4 of the ton. And this group remains wide open.
Well, he's gone hunting for the black throughout this break, and it's been a perfect break so far. He's really taken them well. His cue ball control has been exemplary. Well, he took the blue off the first red, didn't he? That was it. For the most part, he's kept himself on the black. That's been the key to heavy scoring quickly. So 1-4-3 on the table.
Yes, and that yellow he just potted has beaten the Jack Jones 1-1-6, so he has, as it stands right now, made the highest break, but it could be a seriously high break here. And in this group, that could ultimately decide who goes through to the final. Main thing is he's won the match, of course. He's back in it again. Be back later to play Zhang Anda in the last match. I thought we'd see maybe all 3 matches in this session go the distance, all 4 frames. In fact, none of them have on this table. Now, can he pot this pink? Continue to the total clearance. Not to be, but 130 is a really good break to have in the locker. And Hossein Vafai defeats Dylan Emery by 3 frames to 0, bouncing back from that initial defeat. And of course, Dylan Emery, the other side of the coin for him, he had won 3-0 earlier against Zhang Anda. They're all still in it. All 4 players are still in it in this group. That is the table as it stands. 3 players on 3 points. Zhang Anda against Jack Jones will be interesting, because if Zhang could win that 3-0, then they're all basically starting again with 2 matches left to play. So that's it on the table 1. Table 2 continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Lepe Fan and Dave Gilbert. And these are the matches we'll be watching later. It all concludes, of course, with Zhang Anda, Hossein Vafai, Elliot Slesser, Lepe Fan. But of course, it really all concludes with the best of 5 final. Day 21, the last day of the BetVictor Championship League. We will have the final for you on table 1 tonight, when the mists have cleared in terms of these groups. Who's going to come through? Well, we'll find out from 4:30. We've got a bit of a break now, 3 hours. We'll be back at 4:30 for the conclusion of this year's BetVictor Championship League. We'll see you later.
Since late June, Leicester's Mattioli Arena has played host to the first world ranking event of the new snooker season. But tonight, there are no more tomorrows. You see, at the end of this session, a trophy will be lifted, a champion crowned. Welcome to the climax of the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Today's format is straightforward enough. Two groups will produce a pair of table toppers who go head-to-head in a best-of-5 frame final. On table 2, Noppon Sankam could be in for quite a birthday. The Thai, who turns 34 today, sits atop the group with 6 points, having beaten Elliot Slesser and Lei Pei Fan so far. Lei is now out of the running, but Slesser and Dave Gilbert, the pair involved in the next match, could yet deny Sankam an appearance in his second World Ranking Tournament final. And just a reminder, you can watch every ball potted over there by accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on table 1, the action has been speedy. Hossein Vafai and Dylan Emery have 3 points from 2 matches. Zhang Anda isn't out of the reckoning just yet, but sitting pretty, having won his only match so far, and impressively, it's Jack Jones. And the Welshman lines up in our next contest, taking on a player who knows victory is essential. Yes, it is Jones against Zhang Anda in a crucial encounter. I'm Phil Yates. David Hendon's taking over behind the microphone later and calling the shots, offering an expert eye. Good afternoon, Stephen Hallworth. Since late June, Leicester's Mattioli Arena has played host to the first world ranking event of the new snooker season. But tonight, there are no more tomorrows. You see, at the end of this session, a trophy will be lifted, a champion crowned. Welcome to the climax of the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Today's format is straightforward enough. Two groups will produce a pair of table toppers who go head-to-head in a best-of-5 frame final. On table 2, Noppon Sankam could be in for quite a birthday. The Thai, who turns 34 today, sits atop the group with 6 points, having beaten both Elliot Slesser and Lei Pei Fan so far. Lei is now out of the running, but Slesser and Dave Gilbert, the pair involved in the next match, could yet deny Sankam an appearance in his second World Ranking Tournament final. And just a reminder, you can watch every ball potted over there by accessing the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on table 1, the action has been speedy. Hossein Vafai and Dylan Emery have 3 points from 2 matches. Zhang Anda isn't quite out of contention just yet, but sitting pretty, having won his only match so far, and very impressively to boot, it's Jack Jones. And the Welshman lines up in our next contest, facing a player who knows victory is essential. Yes, it is Jones against Zhang Anda in a crucial encounter. I'm Phil Yates. David Hendon's taking over behind the microphone later, while offering an expert eye. Good afternoon to Stephen Hallworth.
So this is it then. The business end, the final evening session before we realise the 2 players to contest the first ranking title of the new season. For one of these players, it will be the dream start to this campaign, but still so much snooker to be played before we're any closer to knowing who that will be. And this group has got very interesting, hasn't it? And, you know, quite surprisingly, in fact, all the games have been very one-sided so far. You would tend to think that as this event progresses, the matches would become a lot tighter, but it's been anything but.
Yeah, all of the winners have played quality snooker to dominate. Story so far, Dylan Emery won 3-0 against Zhang Anda. That's why he's in such a bind. Emery making breaks of 81 and 52. Then Jack Jones was superb in beating Hossein Vafai 3-0. 64, 72 and 116, the runs from Jones, before Vafai bounced back brilliantly, beating Emery 3-0, 65, 90 and 130 he put together. So only a win will be good enough for Zhang Anda. Anything less, and this title will not be his. When catching the pack as thick as that, playing that 2-cushion shot, never recommended.
So first chance for the Welshman. If he's straight enough on this red to right corner, he'll be able to drop through for the black. Well, he's going deep on the cue ball, so perhaps not. Oh,
Wow.
pink goes. What a bonus.
In his previous two groups, Jack Jones made a middle-of-the-road kind of start, but not today. Hit the ground running.
7. 8.
Yeah, he came through phase 1 with just 4 points on the board, didn't he? It was a very tight group. Beat Michael Larkov, drew with Alfie Burden and lost to Oliver Lines. It was better in his second phase though, winning it with 7 points. Beat Chang Bing Yu to eventually book his place here, but it was a frame that involved Marco Fu that I think changed Jack Jones's chances. A remarkable frame in which he cleared up to win by a single point.
16.
And Phil, if he goes on to lift this title, we'll definitely look back on that frame.
Yeah, 5 reds on the table, 66-0 down. He was basically on the very precipice of elimination, but he made a 19 break, got back to the table for another visit, cleared up with 48. And that got the job done.
23.
He still had to win his last match against Chang Bing Yu, who was playing some wonderful stuff that day. He did, but even that was after a crisis. He was 2-0 up, Jones. He lost the third frame after being 62-0 ahead and missing a short-range frame ball. And considering that, which was a huge setback, he held himself together so well in the last frame. And I think that bodes well for tonight.
24.
Yeah, I think so. He's got a brilliant temperament now. He's become a very tough nut to crack. And he's looking to hit the ground running in this game. He's got a chance to put some real pressure on the other lads in this group. A victory here, and he is the man to beat.
Thirty-one. 32.
'Got a cracking record against Zhang Anda as well, head-to-head wise. He leads 4-1 in that.
37.
That's in tournaments outside of the Championship League. They've played in this arena twice, both in the invitational version, and Jones won both of those as well.
Oh, just looking at the body language of Zhang Anda again, he's got himself comfy in that seat. He looked that way earlier on, quite subdued and lethargic almost. Jack Jones will be pleased to see that. Mind you, he's such a laid-back character anyway, isn't he? It probably means nothing. Perhaps we're looking into that a bit too much.
These two have played at the Crucible. It was a match I commentated on. Jones won 10-4. And I have to say, I think it's the worst I've ever seen Zhang play in a big match over a large number of frames.
31. 48.
Just looking at Zhang, if he swapped his cue for a pint of Guinness and put a log fire next to him and a dog on his lap, it'd be quite a cosy setting in that corner, wouldn't it?
As the cue ball zipped back there, Jack Jones was momentarily concerned it might have a little too much action on it, but it stopped well in time.
Well, he's been clinical all day so far, Jack Jones. Breaks of 64, 72, 116 in his win over Hossein Verfight. And already creeping towards a big single visit contribution in this first frame.
51.
Another half century chalked up.
Caught the yellow slightly thick there. That's why the cue ball didn't run as far as he wanted it to. And consequently, this red is very missable.
$52. $57. $58.
Looks like another one visit job here. Just the black and one more red required.
Yeah, I'd love to just play a cannon into the reds and pink, actually, but he knows he's got a spare red, and that's the one he needs. The easier shot there is to play the cannon properly, and that's why it's gone wrong. You know, go at that with pace. You would like to think it wouldn't go wrong, but there's always that chance, and he didn't really want to take that risk. But that is a very good shot.
66.
And he'll be mighty relieved to have seen that disappear.
The pink would have provided extra insurance. I can assure you he didn't play the snooker. And now Zhang might be disinclined to carry on. Indeed. He concedes. Very speedy opening frame, and it falls to a man who's played some really good stuff so far today and won all 4 frames he's been involved in. Jack Jones 1, Zhang under 0. And it looks on table 2 as though another informed player could be going 1-0 up. That's Dave Gilbert. Elliot Slessor took a 40 points to 0 lead in this frame, but now Gilbert
68.
is on frame ball red.
And let's just say
69.
Dave Gilbert goes on to win this match. He then goes to 6 points. Noppon Sangam at the top of the table, currently already on 6 points. The next game on table 2 is between David Gilbert and Noppon Sangam, which will be the group decider.
And I think we might have gone off air this afternoon when all of the table 1 action finished. Gilbert, to win his first match against Lei Pei Fan, was 1-0 down. He won 3-1. He pulled away from 1 each with a pair of centuries, 104 and 101.
77.
So he's home and dry in the first frame there.
The second frame, Zhang under to break.
So Zhang Anda would need one of the great escapes in Championship League history. He has to win the next 3 frames here, and then win his last match against Hossein Verfight to have any chance whatsoever. And of course, Even then he would be dependent on other results. Well, I told you that Dave Gilbert finished off his only match this afternoon with 2 centuries. Well, he started against Leicester with a century, 102.
Simmering along nicely, Dave Gilbert, under the radar over on table 2. Last 3 frames he's won, 3 century breaks. What a performance so far. Well, he's got very few options in terms of a return back to baulk here. You can see the green is cutting off a large portion of the reds down the right side. He can get to the cluster beneath the pink, but he's obviously not going to play off them because of the reds on the top cushion. What has he found? Is he trying to pot his way out of trouble here? Well, he was in bits there, wasn't he? Clearly, for Zhang Anda to play that sort of shot, he must have been in absolute bits.
And considering what happened, i.e. reds going everywhere, this could have been worse. Yes, he's left one, but it's very thin, and so consequently, control of the cue ball might be problematic.
A shot like that for Zhang Anda, it doesn't really favour him, does it? He's not blessed with a vast amount of cue power.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing there, Jones. Just keep his opponent under it. Couldn't really see the logic in that shot.
Again, Jack Jones got him in a position where he had very few options. Clearly was trying to pot his way out of trouble there. Didn't intend for the cannon to the red that Jack is about to pot now. But it was a bit of a do or die. Eggs in baskets come to mind.
Yeah, especially at that pace.
One.
Oh, what about this? What about this?
Stephen, the old anywhere but there shot.
literally anywhere but there. He's got acres of space, and the cue ball has landed there.
Green ball. On the wheel. Yes, Jack Jones 1.
Now, he could have made contact
the
with that
front.
green very easily, but he wants to hit the underside of it to take the cue ball towards the bottom cushion.
Well, he looked a little confused there, Zhang Anda, when he came to the table, almost questioning whether or not it was a foul. I'm not sure he's woken up yet, Zhang Anda. He's been a little away with the fairies today so far. He's put him back into play anyway from where the cue ball has come to rest. Feels that Jack has got a more difficult return from where it is now than the one cushion escape to flick off the green.
One.
Well, he's at the point now where he's got to get going. Any later will be too late.
Five. Six.
Getting the blue back on its spot helps matters.
Yeah, and from this blue, he'll be looking to try and navigate his way down towards this black. I'll tell you what, he needs to be careful here. Yeah, no problems. Sooner we can get on the black, the better, because it does pot.
11. Twelve.
He's got that ability, Zhang Anda, to make big breaks when there's not a lot there.
20.
He did so yesterday. An absolutely beautiful century. When he came to the table, you thought that 30 or 40 would have been good. Now, this table is better than that one, but with the pink off its spot and the black on the pink, it's a little more complex than he would like.
You can just tell how he's missed time in a few, though, at the moment. That red to blue was under-hit by a big distance.
25.
He's played a good recovery shot there, though. That's where the temperament helps massively. He just walked around as if he was absolutely fine being well the wrong side of the blue.
26.
A lot of players might have got frustrated by that. Just dealt with it.
Yeah, internally he might be frustrated, but Zhang very rarely shows any negative emotion, or at least a huge display of it.
Did shake his head quite aggressively, was it yesterday or the last time we saw him? That was about as much as you'll get from Zhang Anda.
Fans of Dave Gilbert, of which there are many, will be delighted to know he's in the balls again on a break of 48, occupying absolutely prime position. So 2-0 against Elliot Slesser, not there yet, but he's certainly on track. Yeah, so Slesser could be within a few balls of elimination from title contention.
40.
We started out with 128 players, Stephen, of which you were one. Now the number of people who can lift the trophy being gradually dwindled down.
56.
Yeah, and of course Dave Gilbert's still in the hunt to become a multiple Championship League
47.
victor. No one's ever done that before, not the ranking version of this event.
And Dave Hendon and myself were musing this morning about
62.
players who've won their first 2 ranking events in the same event. So Mark Allen won back-to-back World Opens for his first 2. John Parrott, back-to-back European Opens in 89-90.
63.
55.
Zhao Guodong recently.
Gary Wilson.
Yep, Scottish Open. He was the other one we were talking about. Oh, it's Zhang. Very surprisingly misses from short range.
55.
Just a little insight there, Phil, into what you and Dave get up to in your spare time.
Oh yeah, we're officially sad.
Hey, listen, the game would be gone without you two. This was unexpected. And look at the reaction from Zhang Anda. That is about as much as you'll see. But inside, I can assure you, he'll be absolutely livid with himself. There's plenty enough on this table for Jack to make a counter visit. What can he make?
8.
Well, his prospects of Brighton there getting the pink into a more accessible position. Elliot Slesser is out of the trophy hunt.
14.
Dave Gilbert winning the second frame to lead Slesser 2-0, aided by a break of 82.
It should have been a century as well. He's just missed the black off the spot playing for the last red. It could have been 4 in 4 for Dave Gilbert. He is playing some serious snooker.
Jack Jones, 14.
44 points the difference, 59 on the table. The remaining reds, their location very much in Zhang Anda's favour.
I was just about to say, a little bit of patience is required here for Jack Jones to just try and play his way back into this frame, but it looks to have, well, it's probably going to go now. Should score enough from this visit.
Six.
Well, he didn't want to be on this red into the left middle pocket. Just wonder if he's straight enough to it, he can play it. Just needs to jab at this one to get the cue out quickly to avoid the double hit, and in goes the red.
7.
Nicely done. So finally he's up and running, Zhang Anda. And as Phil, you rightly said, it has to happen now.
Well, he won his last 2 matches yesterday in the second stage to top the table.
15.
And the first knockback for Jones today.
22. And under 22 in the frame.
That is the equaliser. Zhang Anda and Jack Jones have shared the first couple of frames as the Welshman leaves the arena. Over on table 2, finally, Elliot Slessor gets to pot a few.
Dave Gilbert's played flawless snooker in this match so far. The 2 frames he's won with big breaks, and I have, kept a keen eye on table 2 purely because Dave in amongst them has been absolutely majestic. And yeah, this is Slessor's first scoring chance in the match.
By the way, if you're a keen snooker statistician and you're thinking, I've got another player who won their first 2 ranking events in the same tournament, and you think Doug Mountjoy, well, it's not quite right. Mountjoy did win the 1978 and 1988 UK Championship, But the 78 version wasn't a ranking event. That event didn't carry ranking points until 1984.
I was just thinking that.
Oh, that's just what you want when you've been seat warming.
Yeah, when it's not going your way, when it isn't your day, I'm afraid, the balls will let you know. They really will. It can be a cruel game at times, but this format can be even more so. You don't have to do a lot wrong in this to be eliminated.
Not saved by the bell, saved by the green. By the way, if you're wondering why it's taking so long for players who pop out, well, the toilet is up some stairs and it's quite a hike.
Well, the body language from Dave suggests that the two reds beneath the pink spot might be a plant to the middle pocket, because he very quickly was about to play the one cushion escape to the red on the top cushion, but he feels he'll leave that plant.
We'll keep you up to speed, of course. Now Jack Jones breaking off with an alien emotion today, having lost a frame. Of course, if Zhang Anda were to win this match, all four players would be on 3 points. But if it was 3-1 to Zhang, which is the best he can do, he would have a -1 frame difference, whereas Jack Jones would have a +1 frame difference and he would be top of the table with Vafai and Emery on level frames. So regardless, Jones will finish this match atop the table, but that won't mean an awful lot if he loses. Of course, it would be a an advantage, yes, but the real advantage is to win this match and get to 6 points. When he hates that one.
Yeah, because he might have left the red straight enough now to the middle pocket. Might be a little tempter for Zhang Anda. Okay, if he misses it, he's almost certain to leave reds elsewhere, but it's a chance to get in. You don't often see these refused. Wow, he's refusing it. Can't believe it. Well, he attempted it, but into a different pocket. And he needs the red to help him out here. And I think it has. He's covered the red to the yellow bag.
The little flick off the black has done Jack Jones the world of good. Ideally, of course, wanted the cue ball glued to the top cushion. There's always an element of jeopardy when you go into the reds like that. You can leave a rogue ball and your opponent can be away. Not the case this time, though.
Yeah, and whilst Jack does have reds to attempt, they're all dangerous, so he's playing a measured game, trying to force the mistake from Zhang Anda. Actually try and force Zhang Anda into attempting something, perhaps, in the hope that he misses it. Although he's not played the best of shots there, Jack. He will expect to be tight on this top cushion when he arrives down this end.
So that takes the screw back option away.
Yeah, first thing you're looking for in a position like this is there anything you can nestle onto and leave nothing? Failing that, can you get the cue ball at the table into an area where you'll leave nothing? And then failing that, shut your eyes and hope for the best. And I think that's what Jack is going to have to do here. That cue is going to be up in the air. You're going to have to try and make something happen. Even if he rests on those two reds, which would be the obvious place, he is certain to leave reds. Unless he catches it absolutely right, which is, well, it's so tough, this shot. I don't even think it's worth playing. Of course, he can't just push out here, Phil.
Yeah, in 9-ball pool, if you break off and you don't like the position, you can just push out. Yeah, that option is not available in snooker. Oh, at a push. He had to produce something brilliant.
Well, that is the shot of the day. It just is. That is fantastic. What a pot that is from Jack Jones. His back was so far up against the wall, he was nearly squashed. And he's pulled one out of the fire right when he needed it. He accepted the consequence of missing that red in his own mind. And now, look at the chance that he's given himself.
Yeah, the blue was no picnic.
And again, we might be looking back at the close of play tonight at certain frames, certain moments in the day and the tournament, and that red might be one.
7.
Absolutely tremendous pot from Jack Jones, and he deserves everything he gets now.
Well, based on his reliability in and amongst the balls so far today, you would expect a big break to be
13.
forthcoming. The contact surprised him. It was rather dull, wasn't it? Just didn't get the zip he anticipated.
Yeah, it was a bad hit, bad strike. He's got to try and save the situation. If he can avoid the brown going in and out of baulk, that's perfect, because he could just find the line back for the blue.
20.
And he didn't want to hit that red, it's just made the blue a little thinner. Still okay.
Well recovered.
25.
Prime position restored.
Twenty-six. 32. 33.
Yeah, just connecting the dots. But of course, with 6 reds in the bottom half of the table, that means that the break will only go up in medium to small increments.
$38. 39. 43. 44.
Just a bunch of calm, stun screws. All very simplistic at this level.
Yeah, and actually without overcomplicating things with the reds as they are, or as they have been. Keep it simple. Just chip away with every red that disappears. It's 8 points from Zhang's potential tally. He's played a couple of poor positional shots, really, hasn't he, Jack Jones? But he's kept knocking them in. Can he find another? This brown is taking the cue ball away from the reds.
And that's been a common problem for so many players over the last 3 days since the table was recovered. When they play box standard screwbacks, quite often they're getting too much action on the white.
Weighed up his options there, whether to go round the table or to just take his medicine with this mid-range red. He's made the right decision. This is certainly gettable. In fact, he could squeeze through to get the red closest to the corner pocket even
54.
better.
So, either blue or pink, plus one more red. And Zhang will require a snooker. And the game always makes it difficult for you, doesn't it? One more revolution on that cue ball and he would have had the red to the yellow bag. Well, this break started with an absolutely stupendous red to middle. So why not get over the line with another good one?
Yeah, it's actually been hard work, this break, but his graft has paid off. And he's going to get the chance in the next frame, being 2-1 up, to take all 3 points. Here is that initial red. Had no other shot there. And actually, he put himself in that position, really, because he played a poor safety shot just before. Zhang got him in trouble. And how often do you see that? A player with no out has to pot their way out of the situation, and that was shot of the day.
72.
Yeah, really good contribution this. Added to the break of 66 he made in the first frame. This run ends at 73, and with that, Jack Jones reclaims the lead at 2-1. Zhang Anda's tournament, yes, he's got a match to play and one more frame to play in this one, but Zhang Anda's tournament in terms of claiming the silverware is over. It is for Elliot Slessor on table 2, but he has gamely won the third frame to peg Dave Gilbert back to 2-1. So much rests on this one. Maybe not for Slessor, but certainly for Gilbert.
Yeah, potentially Noppon. He'll be upstairs hoping this match finishes a draw. That just gives Noppon a little more breathing space at the top of the table. Anyway, it'd be nasty if Noppon didn't win this group because it's his birthday today.
Oh.
And how many times do you see that? Oh, you've got to feel for Slessor. He's done that twice now. When it's not your day, eh?
It has been the day so far of Jack Jones, not of Zhang Anda,
Frame 4, Zhang Anda.
but can the 2023 International Championship winner at least get a point here?
Worth noting as well, the prize money has gone up significantly today for placings in the group. Group winner will obviously go through to contest the best of 5 final. You get £6,000 extra for finishing top spot, plus an extra 10,000 for being runner-up, minimum. 4,000 for second in the group, 2,000 for third. So it's worth noting for the placings.
What the two scorelines here mean is that it's quite conceivable that the penultimate match in all of these groups, or both of these groups, could be the one that determines who tops the table in both. Next up, Jones takes on Dylan Emery. Over on table 2, after he's completed against Leicester, Dave Gilbert takes on Noppon Sankom. As I say, more than likely, those two matches could be group deciders. Gilbert against Sankom is definitely going to be the group decider.
I just wonder if our tournament director Marcel would consider playing the final matches, if that does work out, on the practice table, so we could crack on with the final and maybe get home for the England game, Phil. Just a thought.
I think there's more chance of Cape Verde being put back into the World Cup and winning it.
Yeah, rumour has it Marcel's loving life in Leicester, so he probably wants to stay a bit longer. I think it's worth giving him a bit of a shout out, actually. What a stint he's put up here. You know, he was here for the qualifiers and he stayed right for the duration of this tournament, and he's been excellent.
Well, he's been so good here, the Oxford English Dictionary should put his photograph next to the word efficient. Caught the red too thick. Unwanted collision on the way back.
You always know that's going to go close as soon as the white sets off from contact to the red. You know immediately that he's heading for danger, and then all you can do is pray. And actually, I don't think Jack Jones, okay, he'll be disappointed that he's stuck Zhang Anda down this end of the table, but it's landed in a place that is a little awkward. It might turn out to be a good thing for Jack Jones, this. But that's a very good pot. Very nicely done and well controlled. He's got a shot at this pink and he's got the chance to get on his next red.
Update on table 2. Slesser in the balls. Really good opportunity to salvage a 2-all draw from 2-0 down. is this a good opportunity to salvage a draw
7.
from 2-1 down?
Eight.
Well, after that, the answer's yes.
$15. $16.
Well, the red just on the black will pot to right corner, and that'll be his obvious target. But it's not straightforward to actually get to it. There's plenty of blockages around it.
$21.
Not sure if that. I don't think the black pot, so the angle he's got on this red might not be favourable.
$22.
Well, this is not a gimme. Could have been nice, it could have been worse, could have been on nothing.
In the first 3 weeks of the tournament, when the pockets were playing very tight indeed,
29.
that one would have been a frightening prospect. But the pockets for the last 3 days have been a little more accommodating.
$30.
Leicester and Dave Gilbert have drawn 2 frames each. Gilbert stays out there to take on Nopon Sankam next.
$33.
And it's looking increasingly likely that Zhang Anda is going to salvage the draw here. He just keeps battling.
34.
He's not played anywhere near his best level today, but he's still in the mix. Got to remember the ranking points, the prize money on offer for the
41.
placings. Even if you don't get through or can't get through to that final game, the prize money can make a big difference.
$42.
Stephen makes a very good point. It's £4,000 for second place in this group, which would give Zhang total earnings from the tournament of £11,000.
47.
And that's pretty good, isn't it, when you consider, you know, a last 16 in China, one of the big tournaments, is like 12,000, say. So, you know, 11 is pretty good going.
Yeah, for him to finish second, well, if Jack Jones were to beat Dylan Emery in the next match, and then Zhang were to beat Hossein Vafai in the last match of the group, well, second place would be his.
56.
So it's possible.
I think I detected a heavy little contact there. Cue ball well short of its target. Don't see many of them these days.
Yeah, looking at the red, isn't he?
63.
That's the culprit. Couldn't quite believe the contact he got. Good spot, Stephen. So this is pretty much frame ball, not mathematically, but if this goes in with position, that should be that.
$64.
And that qualifies as position.
$71.
So you might say an
72.
opportunity let slip by Jack Jones, but he does move to the top of the table with this point. That's 4 points from 2 matches. And he still knows, does Jones, that if he can beat his fellow countryman Dylan Emery next, he will top the table and move into the final.
80.
Yeah, ultimately, Jack Jones is still the only player that's unbeaten in this group to date. So he's in a strong position, and it's in his hands. That's the key.
$87. 88. $95. $96.
The black for Zhang's 5th century of the tournament. Doesn't sound a lot, but in this format, that is really good going.
Yeah, and again, just worth trying to clear the table in case high breaks come into it. Probably not got enough time to work out if the high break will come into it now, but chance to register a big one.
Yeah, the target would be Hossein Vafai's 130.
Yeah, possible 138 on the table.
111.
No 138, but a break of 111. With that, Zhang Anda, having twice fallen behind in the match, does get a draw. And so Jack Jones, just asking the referee what's the protocol now. Well, Jack, you're staying out there to take on Dylan Emery next in what is an absolutely crucial contest in this group. It's coming your way in about 5 minutes' time.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So we are on the final night of the BetVictor Championship League now, and this is the group standings on Table 1. Group A, Jack Jones on 4 points, Hossein Vafai, Dylan Emery on 3 each. Changanda, of course, can't win the group, he's on 1. So this next match is huge. If Jack Jones wins it, he wins the group. Anything else, then it opens the door either for Dylan Emery, of course, who could win the match himself, and indeed for Hossein Vafai, who plays the last match against Changanda. So on we go then, the penultimate match of the group. It is an all Welsh affair, Jack Jones and Dylan Emery.
First frame, Jack Jones to break.
I think it's possibly an advantage for Jones because he's in stroke, having played the previous match. But of course that was tinged with a certain amount of disappointment. One previous meeting on the Pro Tour, last season's Xi'an Grand Prix. Last 64, Jones won 5-1.
Well, I'm not saying it's been a long tournament, but this is the 900th frame of this year's Championship League. Not many to go, though. Dylan Emery, furthest he's ever been in a ranking event right now to get to the last 8 here, but could of course put himself into the final, potentially with victory here.
Yeah, that's what he did in the second phase. Reserved his best for last, beating Stan Moody 3-0 to book his spot in this group.
Caught that safety too thick, but it's not too bad. Oh, but Jack Jones, the wonderful piece of cueing. It's one of those, they would say he struck it too well.
He was actually really unlucky there, because had the cue ball just caught the point of the middle pocket, it would have gone into mid-table. Look at this. It missed the point of the middle pocket by a fraction.
Dave Gilbert looking good to win the opening frame against Noppen Sengam. He's not there yet, but looking good. Of course, he was pegged back there by Elliot Slesser, as indeed Jones here was by Zhang Anda. So in that group, Noppen Sengam on 6 points, Dave Gilbert on 4. That is the big match now that's going to decide the group. It's one of those two going through to the final. Elliot Slesser and Leipe Fan unable to do so. They will play the last match, of course, but we'll know the finalist from the match there on table 2. Sengam needing a draw. On his birthday as well.
Third party interested in this, Hossein Vafai, who plays last on table 1 against Zhang Anda. If Jack Jones were to win this match, Vafai would be eliminated from group topping contention.
Well, of course, when we started out on, what was it, June the 22nd, we had no idea who would be here on the last night. There were a few big names who we thought maybe would have been. Zhao Xingtong, the biggest of them all, fell by the wayside. Of course, Corin Wilson had to withdraw. Chris Wakelin didn't get through, neither did Serge Aoué, of the top 16 players. As Emery fails on that red. But whoever does win now, it'll be a really good story, I think. Got still some players in contention. Dave Gilbert, the obvious one to win a second ranking title, the same for Fai as well. But of course, for the likes of Jack Jones, Dylan Emery, Noppen Sengam, it would be a first. And it would be a springboard, you feel, for better things going forward.
And the vagaries of the Championship League are underlined by the fact that Jack Jones won his first group with 4 points. The aforementioned Zhao Xintong got 7 points and he went home.
71, the latest break from Dave Gilbert, who's been knocking in the breaks. He's had 3 centuries today and 82, 71 there. But still, he's got to win that match, remember, to win the group. There's a couple of half chances he's had to get in. Not quite done so, but the pressure is now obviously ramping up because the end is in sight. As I say, when we start out, and Dylan Emery was here day one, you know, you're not even thinking about this, but here we are. We've made it to day 21, and there's a trophy on the line.
Well, the reds have been developed. The unavailability of the black might slow the frame down slightly. From cushion to cushion. Always going to be tough, that, because he played the shot with loaded up check side to avoid the reds. Emery was playing for that pot. He was praying for the red to go in behind the blue. Neither happened.
One. Four.
Got that green a little too thin. That's why the cue ball has travelled on. Oh, well recovered.
Five.
And wouldn't it be superb for the break to get the blue back on its spot? Open reds, two of the three highest value colours
10.
available. Normally these guys take full advantage. Oh, normally. What a miss.
I just get the feeling that it's roles reversed in this session. This afternoon, this morning and this afternoon, table 2 was a bit of a marathon. Well, the mists are clear in there. It's Noppon or Dave Gilbert are going to win that group. This group is so tightly contested. I think it could take a bit of winning now. You know, we had all 3-0s earlier. We've already had a 4-framer. And this could be another struggle. Yeah, it's no great surprise to me. There's big stakes here.
They are linked by one common bond. They all want this trophy badly. For different reasons, there are different stages of their careers. They have different status within the game.
Well, the table is not great, is it? He's put the blue safe now, inadvertently. The black safe. The pink will pop, but he's going to have to get on it. So, it's not a great chance, really, for those reasons. Put it this way, there'd be a bit of shoe leather being expanded on this cue ball.
I suppose you could say that Jones is better equipped at dealing with the pressure because he's been in the ultimate pressurised situation that snooker can provide, the world final.
Now, if he can get on the pink here, this will definitely help matters. To get it into play.
4.
Yeah, of course, he was World Championship runner-up 2024. A year later, he was seeded at the Crucible, but actually, in a funny way, it didn't do many favours for two reasons. One, he drew Jiazing Tong, but two, he hadn't gotten any of the Players' Series events, so he hadn't played for about 3 months before Sheffield. He was completely cold, playing someone who'd gone through the qualifying like a hot knife through butter. And then, of course, last season he did qualify himself, but didn't really perform at all against Mark Selby. Anyway, he's lost position there, so back to the long grass. I remember we were here in the summer 2 years ago, so just after that World Final, and he said his ambition that season was to get in the top 8. Well, he didn't do that, and of course when the points came off, he dropped out the top 16. He had that injury last season as well, which clearly didn't help.
Jones has got a pretty tidy all-round game, can scrap it out when needs. But we've also seen a heavy scoring side of him as well. What a delightful kiss that was. And that wasn't too bad either.
7.
I think you've detected the vibe, Dave.
Duel number 7.
Well, the two go together, don't they? It's edgy, and for that reason, balls go awkward because there's protracted safety and there's missing, and therefore, when you do get a chance, it actually becomes harder to do anything. But that red, to be honest, didn't really threaten the pocket, so just 14 in it. It's hampered queuing for Jack Jones. If you are just tuning in for the first time, if Jack Jones wins the match, he's won the group, he's in the final. But if he doesn't, it opens the door. Of course, if Emery were to win the match, he'd go to 6 points. He could be the group winner, but Hossein Vafai would still have a chance in the last match with Zhang Anda. He's the only player, Zhang, in this group who can't win the group. Well, it was hamper queuing, and the queue came down rather sharply there. Dylan Emery was a little fortunate to leave him hampered. But Jack Jones himself hasn't left a sitter.
Major developments on table 2, where Noppon Sankam is going to draw level, it seems, with Dave Gilbert at 1-1.
There he is, Noppon Sankam. I tell you what, if you got ranking points for being a nice bloke, he'd be world number 1.
71.
He's such a nice lad, Noppon, but very stern competitor when he's out there. He's got this nice rhythm he plays out. It's very hard to shake him out of it. Just fallen away a little bit, hasn't he, last year or so since that Scottish Open final. Actually down at 46 in the rankings, so if he were to win this title, that would be really
78.
valuable points. Remember, it's 33,000 ranking points you get. That same amount in money.
79.
Well, I would say this, he's going to be one of the finest world number 46 there's ever been. Good pot. The red cleared out of the way.
Seven. $94.
Well, black and blue still no good, but the pink on the blue spot now.
7.
95.
Can he just pot a few here and just get involved in this? What for him, of course, is last chance to get another 3 points and potentially win the group.
$8.
100. $102.
Well, I was about to say level board in the frame, and then Emery misses the pink. It wasn't easy queuing. He was contorted to a certain extent.
No, I mean, he played on the pink, I think, to the middle anyway, didn't he? So he'd sort of overdone the position. prior, and then left it awkward. It's just been an awkward frame, isn't it? It doesn't seem likely to get any easier from here. 6 points in it. 1-2-7, Noppen Senkarm. So he needs one more frame there. It's 1-1 with Dave Gilbert. He needs one more frame, and we'll see him in the final later.
One.
Yeah, fluency on one side of the arena, scrappy on the other.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the colours, but even the reds really aren't great, are they? I mean, there's the one on the black spot, obviously, that pots. There's one near to the left corner. The others are going to need to be worked. And even here now, again, it's just a bit hampered. Doesn't deserve the in-off, but that's what he's got.
Fold. Jack Jones 7. You on Emily 4.
That type of frame. Nothing coming easy for either player. What a difference that would have made had he just flicked one of those two reds together. Landed on the pink, opened the two reds. What a really good shot that was. Not just a good pot. Swinging the cue ball around with lots of side. And now plenty of options. Is the angle on the green inviting enough? Yes, it was. But the angle on this red isn't inviting. There isn't any. But for the guy in front, worth knocking in.
Brown. Jack Jones 5.
Well, needless to say, this is a big target. These three reds clustered together. Not big enough, though.
Jack Jones 4.
You don't want to be giving too many points away. You know, the blue's safe. That's in Jack Jones's favour at the moment. That'll do.
By the way, a big shout out to Dmitry Yonins and Fedor Kablanovs, who have been here as referees from the outset. Andrew Barkland will do the final. Natalia Gradinari was involved, so too John Pellew. They've all done a fine job. But the two lads from Latvia obviously haven't been home, so it's a 4-week job for them, this.
No, they've done very well. They're very enthusiastic. Of course, they're starting out on their refereeing journeys, but already at a very high level. And learned a lot from day in, day out refereeing in this event. One of the things you need is, one of the main things actually, is concentration. You can't, as a referee, allow it to wander at all. Especially in frames like this. Viedel was on table 2, wasn't he, earlier? He did a back-to-back, 2 very long matches, just managed to wolf down his steak and chips, and then he was back out again. He's the other big hero here, Phil, Dan the chef.
Yeah, Dan the man.
Well, I think fair to describe this exchange as cagey.
I could think of several other words.
I mean, have you ever seen a frame where so many shots have ended up with the other player hampered? For a moment there, you think, well, he's going to be on this red. So many times the ball has run on top of another ball.
Always asking a tremendous amount to pop that red. But at least he's got the two reds close together on the top cushion, helping him.
Oh, can he get top side of pink to then play the cannon into them? Well, I mean, that's not the worst outcome, actually. OK, he was looking for an angle to get into the reds, but he's developed the blue. As he's trailing in the frame, that's got to be to his advantage.
Extended rest, please. 6.
This frame now 29 minutes in duration, and still a way to go yet, you would think.
Yeah, Jones still favourite, especially where the brown is situated, and maybe even the black. And he's certainly favourite after that.
Dual memory 6.
You know, he's caught too much of the reds, hasn't he? And hence he's left this potential opener. The other red would be available as well, so definite chance for Jones.
One.
Not the best kiss, really.
Well, barring the application of a ridiculous amount of side on the blue, position on the other red, I think is just about impossible. Off the blue, anyway.
It just sums the frame up, doesn't it? Nothing's come easy in this frame, but Jack Jones, he will keep his patience, I'm sure. It's kind of what he's known for. Just looking there with the lead he's got, could he push something safe? But obviously you don't push a ball safe you're going to need.
Yeah, those 5 points in potting the blue, you might say, would be of bigger help. But I think if he gets a really high value colour safe,
Pink.
that's where he plays his trump card.
Yeah, the pink, I guess, was the obvious ball.
Jack Jones 1.
And Jones worked out if he potted red, blue, yellow and green, he wouldn't need the brown. So we'll see. Bit of mileage, as I say, left in this frame, but he's even just 13 in front. He's the favourite.
Now, if there's room to come off the ball cushion with right-hand side, get right in behind the red, stop the white where the red is now, in behind the green. Could be a snooker, this, but it's debatable whether there's room. Clearly not.
As I say, could do getting on the blue off the red, really. Yeah, nicely done. So if you can pop blue, yellow and green, he'd be 24 in front with 22 on. This is well played. Oh, but he was nowhere near that.
Well, more than a little jabby when using the rest there. So Dylan Emery arrives on the colours, 14 adrift. That means he needs the lot. And where they are, if it was a one-visit job, that would be miraculous.
2.
Truly miraculous. Sometimes, you know, you don't need to see a frame to know it's gone scrappy. Just look at the scoreboard, 39-30 on the brown.
Dylan Emery 5.
Emery bending down to see whether he's got the cover or not. Well, he tried the swerve, and the brown coming so close to the cue ball. What a source of relief for Jack Jones. Of course, the ultimate security blanket for Jones is the position of the black. Well, that was a very ambitious attempt, I thought.
Yeah, so 9 points in front. He needs brown and blue here to win a very disjointed opening frame, but of course an important one for Jones, looking to win the match, win the group.
Four.
Not there yet. This blue could so easily be missed, especially in a fragmentary frame when neither player has got any rhythm.
Well, it sums up the whole frame, doesn't it? Nothing's come easy. It's all been hard work and awkward, and this still is, this blue. But he has got the security of pink and black not being in good positions, just needing the blue to win. In the end, a bit of an epic marathon first frame. Can he knock it in? He's got the extra length on the cue. Nicely done.
9.
But one snooker, and then, you know, if Dylan Emery could get that cue ball wedged up behind the black, then it would be a nasty one.
Jack Jones 9.
Oh, he didn't want that. It might look like a great pot, but he wasn't trying to pot it. Anyway,
Jack Jones.
that's end of frame. Low scoring stuff. And Jack Jones, a shake of the head from Dylan Emery with Jack Jones. He's 2 frames away now from securing a place in the final. And Noppen Senkom is potentially at the table to do the same, although he's just failed to get on that red to left corner, potting the pink. He's 34 in front. If he gets on that red, you'd fancy him strongly.
Yeah, it was a really good pressure pink from Sankalm, as it's turned out, for no reward apart from the 6 points. Yeah, it was looking bleak for Dave Gilbert there, but now a ray of restored hope.
Von Sankam, 38.
Gilbert needs to win the match. And he's still in with a chance of doing that. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, of course, has the key action there on table 2.
Second frame, Dylan Emery to break.
So Dylan Emery, to stand any chance of being in the final, his first ranking final, needs to win the remaining 3 frames here.
Yeah, if it's a draw, then Emery moves to 4 points, Jones to 5, and the door is open for Hossein Vafai then to make it to 6 by beating Zhang Gander. So the question, will the Welshmen cancel each other out? Let me tell you,
1.
that will give him immense self-belief. What a wonderful piece of cueing. All very well doing that in practice or in a dead frame. In a match, a frame of this importance, top notch. Well, he's got something.
6.
He could actually have the main prize if the red closest to the cue ball slides past the black. What a chance this is, and it does quite easily.
Seven.
Let me quickly note Dave Gilbert in the balls on table 2 with a good opportunity as well.
15. $22.
Well, it seems unlikely
23.
that Jack Jones will end his career having appeared in one ranking final, and it's the World Championship. That would be very unusual. So, chance to get to not only a second tonight, but to win his first trophy. It's getting closer with every ball he pots.
And let's just throw into the conversation quickly the fact that the winner
20.
of this event will receive a place in the Champion of Champions. He's actually played in that before. Dave reminded me of that earlier because he got to the final of the World Championship.
31.
But he would love to go back or come back because it's right here at the Mattioli Arena in November.
Yeah, such a prestigious event that, all the winners from the last year. So he would absolutely love to be part of that again. Oh, that's worked out nicely. Definite chance for 2-0.
38. $39.
Amazing to think as well, in that first group phase, he actually got through with 4 points, which is very unusual. You know, but for the odd frame here or there, he would not have been here today.
$44.
Well, if you recall, he lost to Oliver Lyons 3-1. And if I'm not mistaken, Lyons needed to win that match 3-0 to go through, and he missed quite an easy ball to the middle pocket.
Well, so often in this event, it's been sort of sliding doors snooker. One shot like that can turn things, and Jack Jones survived. 2 wins and a draw in stage 2 brought him here today. Of course, he beat Chan Bing-yu, who was sort of emerging as one of the real favourites. He played brilliantly, Chang, but Jack Jones beat him 3-1. to win that group.
53.
And just to reiterate,
60.
Dylan Emery now within a few Jones pots of being knocked out of the running for the title.
$61. $64. $65.
Got hold of the cue ball a little too much maybe there, because what's coming up next is frame ball. Incorrect side of the blue, but he's done the right thing to just knock it in. 70 in front, 67 on.
70.
One snooker needed then, and straight away Dylan Emery can start to clear reds away here, which is in Ova's advantage. So we will never know. Let's see how close he gets to landing a good snooker.
Well, I think Judd Jones is chuntering a little, because you can see the two reds directly behind the pink. One of those might provide the snooker, or the tough snooker, that Emery must get.
Well, yeah, but taking the blue,
6.
he needs two now.
When he was on it, I thought, what's occurring here?
7.
Well, I think he must have not checked the scores there. He could have got on the black, couldn't he, off the red?
The realisation will dawn. Tell you what, Judd Jones wasn't going to tell him. By the way, Dylan,
Yeah, he was 70 behind with 67 on, so he needed blacks with the reds. So anyway, now it's two snookers.
$15. $22. $23.
over on table 2, drama. Looked as though Dave Gilbert might have blown his opportunity, missing a red to middle. But then Nopon Sankam just a few seconds ago missed the red to the same pocket. And now look at the table, wide open for Gilbert to move 2-1 in front.
Which would mean, if he did, that the whole group in terms of who's going to go through to the final will come down to the last frame of that match. Now there is the snooker, but as I say, Emery needs 2. Unless, of course, Jack Jones would hit a big colour, which seems unlikely.
Yeah, it's a good snooker.
So Gilbert 25 in front. Needs the yellow.
6.
And barring snookers, he's 2-1 up. And as I say, the whole group comes down to the last frame. Well, Jones has failed to hit the
Euro number 4.
red. Gilbert has knocked in the yellow.
For me, over the course of the 3 groups combined as a collective, Dave Gilbert's played the best snooker of the tournament, but he's still not guaranteed to be in the final.
No, I mean, he left actually what was a very good chance for Sencom there, but he just couldn't take it. And of course, had it gone 2-1 to Nopp and Sencom, that would have been it.
15.
Oh, what a shot from Emery, meanwhile. He's got another snooker. Wow.
Yeah, we say he needed 2 snookers. He actually needed 2 successful snookers, so 2 really tough ones to hit. The first was tough. Jones failed, and you can see a failure here.
And of course, the key thing to say as well is it's not like, unlike in the last frame, he hasn't got balls on cushions. They're all there. And this is huge for everybody. Hossein Vafai, I'm sure, watching this very intently as well. Hossein, he's clearly cheering on the draw. Oh, it's a very narrow sort of gap between yellow and brown to hit the red.
When it comes to difficulty of snooker, tariff of a snooker, this is right up there.
Yeah, and of course there's the danger as well of possibly even a free ball, you know, if he went past the red, so it's trouble. Here we go then. He's already given away 1 set of penalty points from a different snooker. This is a harder one to escape from. Has he escaped? He has. The dangerous pass for now.
You might think, what was all the fuss about? That was a good escape. Well, he simply has to pot a colour. If he pots the blue,
1.
he would still need only 1 snooker. Obviously, the same applies with the pink. That surely is that.
Only 1. In the frame.
Indeed, Emery has conceded, Dave.
Well, he laid 2 really good snookers, but Jack Jones' second escape was superb. So Jack Jones, after all that, is 2-0 up. And, of course, that means the best Dylan Emery can now do is a draw. So it's come down
17.
to being between Jones and Hossein Vafai. As we go back to table 2, where Gilbert and Noppen Senkam here are playing a crucial last frame. Whoever wins this frame is in the final. Gilbert's in first, looking to produce another big score. He's made so many big breaks.
24.
In fact, there was a run today of 3 frames across 2 matches where he had a century in each.
25.
Yeah, he's looked fantastic in the tournament. He's had a great start to the season as well in general.
Thirty-two. $33. $40.
When he won the inaugural Championship League 5 years ago, he beat Mark Allen in the final. To that final, Allen had been the best player of the tournament by far. For me, as I said before, Gilbert's been the best player of this tournament, but it might not matter for anything.
That's okay, he's on that red. And the chance to shortly get back into them, so a promising start. Noppen Senkam had a really good chance on the last red in the last frame to left middle, but couldn't convert, and well, it's out of his hands whether he gets another shot now.
$47.
Needs to be high on the blue to get into the reds. So this next shot then could be the match winner. We'll let you know, of course, but Jack Jones and Dylan Emery resuming, with Jones leading 2-0.
Yes, and no doubt, human nature. Emery, having been knocked out of the tournament, effectively, might be feeling a little deflated.
Yeah, that first frame was very scratchy business, wasn't it? And of course came out the wrong side of it. Gilbert did get into the reds, he's potted one, and 54-0 up. A big favourite now to get that one. Well, okay. He's opened them, but this black is huge.
Well, it's the ultimate knee knocker if he takes it on. Now, this is what you call a risk and reward shot. Yes, it's a risk, but what a reward. That was brave. Deserves a big score now.
8.
So big chance for Jack Jones, and we're going to show you Dave Gilbert because he's not far from clinching victory here with yet another one visit contribution to put himself into the final. Of course, looking to become the first person to win the Ranking Championship League on more than one occasion. He won it in 2021, as we mentioned already. Didn't really press on from that, did he, in the way he would have liked?
9.
But maybe if he can win it again, it will be
67.
so early in the season a springboard to getting back to where he's been before. He's been as high as number 10 in the world, Dave Gilbert. Semi-finalist twice at the Crucible and at the Masters.
68.
Dave Gilbert, in terms of talent and style, if not in terms of achievement, a truly great player. That's always been my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Great to watch when he's in full flow.
Well, he's over the line.
86.
Snooker's required. Disappointment for Noppen Sengham. He had that really good chance in the last frame. Of course, he needed 2 frames out of the match, and he would have been in the final on his birthday. It's not to be for the tie, but credit to Gilbert. Again, a terrific break to win it. Just needed one chance.
$82.
And I mentioned this yesterday, but Gilbert in the Ranking Championship League, he's actually won more matches than anyone over the years. So something about this format appeals to him.
19.
83.
And how appropriate that
20.
Gilbert more than likely will reach the final with yet another century.
Can Jack Jones make one? Or certainly 80 will do from here. Great chance. Great black he potted, as you said at the time. You know, it was all or nothing, but it was the former rather than the latter.
26.
So now it's just a question of keeping nicely in. And we know what the final will be. It'll be Jack Jones against Dave Gilbert. Of course, we've still got matches to come on each table before that. This was the black again. Leaving the world if he misses it. Gilbert's made the century. That's his 6th in the Championship League this year.
34.
Just a very minor misstep there. I'm at pains to say minor because he's still okay.
Yeah, and Gilbert just to finish that 8 centuries this season. He's top of that list for now. How he'd love 3 more in an hour or so's time. The final's best of 5, remember, first to 3.
$35.
Just slowing down a little on this break, which is never a good sign. Shows that a player is starting to feel a little bit of trepidation, a little bit of nerves as he approaches the winning line, but so far those nerves aren't
41.
translating into mistakes.
Gilbert's finished off with a total clearance of 140. What a quality effort.
42.
So he's into the final, the world number 31. And here, Jack Jones, the world number 32. He's looking good to join him.
What do they say? The rankings don't lie. Not too many top 16 players entered this tournament. But the way things are going couple of top 32 players will battle it out for the title.
48.
Yeah, so Jones just looking now to just stay at the table for a couple more minutes. But a reminder, of course, the final can't start until after Zhang Ganda's played Hossein Vafai.
$56. $57.
Dylan Emery reached the last 8 of a ranking event for the first time here this year, but of course, having got this far, and it's not easy to get this far, was looking for more. But the ranking points he's earned all to the good in terms of keeping his tour card and hopefully progressing up the rankings. We've seen in this event what a terrific player he is.
Yeah, it's been a breakthrough, no doubt.
$65.
But this is frame, match and group ball.
Yeah, when we came here on June the 22nd, of course, we had no idea who we'd be watching in the grand final. Barring snookers, it's going to be Dave Gilbert against Jack Jones. Just wants this red in, really, and that stops any chance of the comeback. And in it goes. Well, 2 quality finishes. Gilbert with the 140, and Jones, whatever this ends up as, is the winning break for him. Let's hope they bring this sort of form to the final.
England against Wales in the final of the Championship League ranking. We've had that before. Ali Carter beating Jackson Page. I'll tell you what, 15 minutes ago, if you'd said these 2 matches would be wrapped up by the 2 finalists with centuries, you'd have said, well, that's very unlikely given the pressure. But that seems the most likely scenario now, Dave. Excellent.
Well, he can do no wrong now. I mean, that last shot, he's not only potted the red to the middle, he developed this one, got a nice angle on the black in the process. A triple whammy.
87.
So these are good feelings he'll be leaving the arena with. He hasn't just won. In the end, he's won handsomely. Made that 70 break in the last frame, of course. And here, the break ends at 87, but it's more than enough to put Jack Jones into the final of the BetVictor Championship League later tonight. He's beaten Dylan Emery 3-0. He'll play Dave Gilbert, of course, but before that, here on Table 1, we have our last group match. In 5 minutes' time, Zhang Anda up against Hossein Vafai.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So before the final, which of course is Jack Jones against Dave Gilbert, we've got one more match here on table 1, Hossein Vafai and Zhang Anda. Hossein needs a draw there, as you can see, to ensure second place. So 2 frames and he will go away in second place. Zhang Anda, if he wins though, he'll finish second. So there is something on this, albeit not what they hoped would be on it when the day began. Hossein Vafai, of course, started badly, losing 3-0 to Jack Jones, and Zhang Anda similar, started losing 3-0 to Dylan Emery. But let's see what they have in store for us here.
First frame, Jananda to break.
Vafai beat Emery 3-0, Zhang 2-2 with Jack Jones in his second match. Already this is quite a big shot. Pots the red, gets them open nicely on the black.
Played it perfectly, in fact. Very easy to take your eye off the pot there. Oh, what a scoring opportunity this is. The sort of shot you've just kind of got to let the cue ball take care of itself. As long as you get low enough and get enough grip onto it, you fancy it to come back. Just control the pace. Beautifully played. It's a good point you make at the start there, Dave, about that the players obviously arrived here with intentions of winning the group, and now everyone's fate is pretty much secured. But the difference between finishing second and taking that £4,000 prize money away for that place and finishing last, that could make the difference. There's a lot of tournaments, the Players Series, that players in the past have missed out on by a
60.
few thousand. So definitely something to play for. But I just wonder if the guys out there are really trying their best and thinking about that right now. Obviously they're trying to win, but that motivation might have dwindled a touch.
Well, certainly, Vafai, he finished his second match. It was about 1:15. Here we are, whatever time it is now, 7 o'clock. So it's a long wait just to get back on. And he'll be waiting a while longer, and the way Zhang Anda's going here.
$17.
Well, Elliot Slesser actually did mention upstairs in the Players' Lounge. Now we know the finalist that he was happy to play the games on the practice table and let the final take place. But the point he made was that it would be sod's law for a player, if they played on the practice table, to make a maximum. And here Zhang is on reds and blacks. The only red really is that red on the left side cushion, and I suppose access to the one beyond the blue. But other than that, what a chance.
Yeah, a chance to steal a few headlines. He's made
32.
5 in his career. He made 1 at the UK Championship a couple of years ago at York. Of course, Sergio Way had 1 in this event. Michael Holt in qualifiers prior to that.
40. $41.
And I guess there isn't quite the normal pressure, is there? Because, okay, yes, £1,000 here and there, but it's not kind of germane to the match, really. You can just focus on this. There's still pressure in trying to make one. It's not easy, we know that. But you can go all in with it, is what I mean.
And just thinking back to previous years, usually the final group game is the group decider, or the players are involved in potentially getting through to the final, and then they're straight back out there to play the best of 5 final. Both tables finishing at the right time for them, and the guys have got a bit of a break now before the final.
No, it's a good point. I think that's going to be good for the final itself. You know, they just get a proper chance to prepare. Now removing the tough red.
$56.
It's on, Stephen.
57.
It certainly is. And especially now, he's chipped that safe red off the cushion. And actually, when he comes around to play up that way, he can play into a big area to potentially leave himself on either of the 2 reds beyond the blue.
64. $65.
Well, Fedor there, the referee, he and his good friend Dimitri
72.
have done every day. 2 young lads from Latvia. This is his last match. It'd be something special for him, wouldn't it, to officiate a maximum?
73.
Just lost his cue ball a touch, wrong side of the red there to get close for the black. Now, is it decision time to go up for those reds beyond the blue, or does he keep himself down this end? The frame is won. I like this spot. That was a good shot to play. If the cue ball took a wider path there, he had the chance at the red to the yellow pocket maybe, but that line was good for this red to the right middle, back for the black.
$81. $88.
Well, is he straight enough? Going to get through to the other red. Yeah, he's okay. No problems.
As I say, he's made 5 thus far, so if he makes another, he'll join Mark Selby and Gary Wilson on 6. Now moving into esteemed company. He would be one of only 11 players to have made that many in competition.
96.
He's so good in and around the black, isn't he? This is what he can do. This is where he
97.
excels. Black for the ton, but the century is irrelevant as far as he's concerned. Now in a position like this, you'd like to play for 2 reds. give yourself options, but that isn't an option for him here. It's one or the other.
Well,
243 official maximums we've had, but we're coming now to the crunch in this attempt. These last two reds, particularly the one further down the table.
Now,
105.
where does he go with his cue ball? He'd love to leave it in a spot where there's a chance to land on the red in multiple pockets. Yeah, worth just taking a second, just figuring out exactly where you want that white. Needs it to run. Needs it to go. Perfect.
112.
Oh, what a break this has been.
113.
Now, does he have any angle on the black?
Oh, well, he's not blessed in the cue part department, I know that much. In the cue power. He's just slightly wrong side of straight as well. Oh no.
Well, it's not got in, but this yellow still needs some attention. Is this the last of the really tough ones? Oh, what a shame. He really went for that right from the off.
20 in the frame.
Just landed not nice on the 15th black. Left himself the awkward yellow, and he doesn't do sort of big reactions, but you can see he's disappointed. No maximum, 120 though, to lead Hossein by 5-1-0. Remember, if Zhang Anda wins the match, he does finish second in the group table. Now, Elliot Slesser and Lei Pei Fan, of course, playing on table 2, still in the opening frame. Lei Pei Fan's lost his first 2 matches, and Elliot Slesser's got 1 point. So, again, if Lei Pei Fan were to win this, he would finish above Slesser in the table. Dave Gilbert confirmed as the group winner on 7 points, Noppen Senkom on 6. So they are playing for 3rd and 4th here.
7.
So on we go. Maybe more chances for maximums yet before this match is over.
Second frame, 10 of 8 to break.
Well, he's found something, but it's come at the wrong time. Oh, he's looked an absolute $1 million so far in this match. And to be honest, he's been terrible today by his standards. And that would be disappointing for him that it's arrived too late.
It's the thing about this format, though, isn't it? The matches are so short, you can't afford to make a bad start, basically. You know, you go a couple down early on, you're chasing the whole group. Hossein actually said that. I saw him upstairs. He said, I just woke up late. Well, he meant he just, you know, in his first match, he wasn't quite with it.
And actually, the same thing happened to Zhang Anda because he literally did look asleep in his first match against Dylan Emery. He was slumped in his seat and at times did have his eyes shut.
On the miss in number 4.
Well, miscalled, but he's having a look at this red. It's very awkward to get to. But he's in the mood to just pot everything now.
1.
Well, could have done with avoiding the yellow.
4. And number 4.
Well, before the start of the Championship League, there were 253 matches scheduled. We didn't play a couple because Karen Wilson had to withdraw, of course. So I think it's 251 it'll be in total. And we're not far off starting the last one, the most important. Jack Jones, Dave Gilbert. I think that'll be a really high quality match. Hard to pick a winner between those two. Gilbert scored really heavily. And Zhang Anda, he's in again.
1.
And of course, Jack is looking for his first title. But we'll see. It's a short match again. It's only best of 5.
Yeah, and anything can happen, can't it? You know, you just got to stick in there and hope it's your day. Think back to the second phase. Jack Jones was all but out. Made an unbelievable clearance against
6.
Marco Fu. Had to get a result against Chang Bingyu. That sort of saved his bacon, and he's made the most of it.
7.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, he was in more peril in the first group, wasn't he? With your friend Oliver Lyons. Had a chance to potentially knock him out there, but he's just managed to avoid all the bullets that have been fired at him so far.
$14.
Yeah, in fact, the only game Jack Jones has lost was to Oliver Lyons. That'll give him some confidence and something to brag about, maybe, if he wins the event. I've got 2 players, though, that are obviously scoring really well today. Dave Gilbert in particular, but Jack's made a number of big breaks as well. Let's just hope it's as free-flowing as we think it
15.
might be. But there's a lot of pressure on it, and there's a big prize for one of them. It's not just the ranking points and prize money that they'll scoop for this, it's all the spin-offs.
Well, had Zhang Anda made the final, you know, he'd have been a big favourite on this evidence, but it's just taken too long today to find this sort of form. Of course, the pressure's off as well. I know they're playing for places, but in terms of getting to the final, all that's gone away now.
$22.
But when the pressure's off, they make the game look even easier. Just strolling around without a care in the world, just knocking them in. I know the shot selection changes somewhat when there's not a lot on the match. Both players looking for that attacking safety shot, get the reds open, hopefully keep the high value colours in play and have a little standoff to see who can get in first and then hope they make a one visit. That's what Zhang Anda's done so far.
30. $35. $36.
Just under hit that positionally. This black is still on, but cue ball going away from the reds again. And that was enough to force the mistake.
36.
Well, Vafai, happy to see the table. He's spent a lot of time in his seat so far, frame and a half, but let's see if he can get himself going. As I say, it's been a long layoff for him. 5.5 hours since he played his last match.
One. $6. $7.
Lepe Fan won that first frame on table 2 against Elliot Leicester. Well, Vafai not happy with this. He's not on the red to left corner, and he's left it awkward queuing for the red to right corner. Might be the spider, I suspect, here. Yep. Can't blame them if they're a little demotivated. Obviously, they were here to try and win the trophy. They can't do that now. Anyway, he's potted that.
And that's a brilliant shot, by the way, with pace, using the spider. It's so easy to miss that by an absolute mile. And it actually
14.
makes you look a little bit daft at times, but that was really well done. But that wasn't. Just as he was trying to claw his way back into nice position, another miss arrived. Zhang Anda already nicely in front in this second frame. Needs 3 reds in open play, more than enough to take it.
$6. $7.
I suppose if the guys can take any positives away from this event, I'm sure they will. Big set of qualifiers coming up next week. You know, they've had a lot of matches under their belt, a lot of match practice. They should be nice and sharp. Good time to start playing well, in fact.
Well, that should be the frame. Yeah, I mean, it's an important time of the year, actually. It's a time of the year, obviously, we know there's other sport on at the moment, but maybe even some snooker fans are not paying too close attention to it, but for the players right now, these few weeks have been massive because there's so many events to qualify for, this event as well, with the trophy on the line. If you do well early season, it's a big springboard. Equally, if you don't, then, you know, a lot of your season's gone before August has sort of rolled round.
It's very true. It really is a big time in the calendar. Obviously, you can't pick and choose when you play well, but
20.
you want to be playing well now.
Zhang is playing well now. Unfortunately, he wasn't earlier today, which is why he won't be in the final, but he's dominating this. The fire was in Mr. Green. His challenge is just wilting now. But of course, he can, if he does fight back for the draw of the fire, he will finish above Zhang, so you know he can get that extra money and ranking points. Just whether he's really got it in him now. This frame's gone, and we're getting closer to starting the final because Zhang leads Hossein Vafai in the last group match 2-0. By the way, the final can begin when this match is over, even if table 2 continues. You might remember years ago Stuart Bingham and Ricky Walden were actually still going after the final had finished. But Elliot Slessor, Lei Pei Fan, they played the first frame, Lei Pei Fan won it. So we can start the final about 5 minutes after the Zhang Vafai match concludes.
These two have been fighting it out as if their lives depend on it. Table 2, remember these are playing for 3rd and 4th spot, so an extra £1,000 of ranking points. It doesn't sound a lot, but it could be. And at the end of the day, there's not many other things you could be doing to earn an extra £1,000 a day, is there? So it's worth really trying for. No doubt Elliot's daughter will have a big say in how he spends his extra £1,000 if he takes it. I'm sure they're tuned in, watching at home.
Yeah, he brought it to the shootout. The atmosphere a little different there than it is here, to say the least, up in Blackpool. So back we go. Zhang dominating the match, looking to kill it off, which would of course mean we could begin the final. Remember, it's Jack Jones, Dave Gilbert coming up.
That cue ball nearly on this top cushion makes getting back a bit more difficult. The cue raised up in the air. And probably the last chance for either player to screw back to this top cushion now. If Zhang chooses to do that off the cluster, these reds will be everywhere. Sometimes it's difficult to tell, but when you play this shot and all of a sudden a red springs out back towards these bottom pockets, Just like that has he left it. Certainly left the one to middle. I think he'd prefer the thin one to the corner. Well, it must be far enough into the table, this red. Maybe not. Maybe so. Yeah, nicely done. So he's won that little battle. As I say, it's always a risk when you're playing off a big cluster like that. Somehow one manages to find its way this way when you think they can only go the other way and down the table.
Six. Seven. Twelve. 13.
Well, Sandy, if you finish second, it's 4,000 as opposed to 2,000 for third, so it's actually 2,000 more. So, you know, suddenly it's more enticing to really dig in. And Bafai needs a draw to do that.
19.
You know, he's just saying he's booked his flight for
24.
China, the two events that he's qualified for. That cost him 1,900 quid, so it pays for that.
25.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of expense, of course, hotels and travel on the tour.
Yeah, particularly when you're going over to Asia now, the prices seem to be going up and up, so
32.
the overheads attached with those events are getting bigger, but I suppose
33.
you are rewarded heavily for qualifying for them. The prize money in those tournaments, it tends to be on the large side.
Yeah, we always think about the top prizes, and of course if you win those, you know, it's life-changing, but if you can have a consistent season, we've seen players, I was looking at some of the prize money from last season, players who, you know, literally a few last 16s, but 70, 80,000 a year, just being consistent, because now, of course, there are so many tournaments.
Yeah, when you look at a player's season on paper, if you don't see like the quarter-final stage onwards, you just presume it's a bad season, just because the standards are so high now. But actually, you know, those last 16s, last 32s, you know, they soon add up. And actually, over the course of a campaign, you can make a real good living from the game now, just winning your first round match.
44.
You couldn't do that years ago. And that's why a lot of players refer to that first round as arguably the most pressurised match that you'll play in the event, which sounds crazy, but, you know, it's all or nothing in that first one.
45.
You either get paid or you don't.
Yeah, it's tough. Alan McManus put it succinctly, as he always does. He said, being a snooker player, he said, it's a good life, but it's a hard life because of those pressures.
50.
Anyway, Bafai not quite over the line here.
No, and he started to make a bit of a meal of it, to be honest. That cue ball is well short of where he wanted it. Needs to miss the black, and that's well played.
53. $54.
Well, the black to put him 61 in front, so another red and colour required in addition. And it should be that we go into one more frame. It's been a quick match this. They've both got on with it. And it's 1-1, I can tell you, Elliot Slesser and Lepe Fan on table 2.
$61.
Good grief, he's caught the yellow with the red.
61.
So 61 in front, but there's enough on here for Zhang. He's going to need reasonable sized colours, but there's enough on.
I'll tell you what, this would be some clearance, wouldn't it, if he can steal it at this attempt.
One.
Yeah, the issue is, as I say, the colours he needs are not near the reds he needs.
Six.
Well, he's looking at getting rid of this one now. Another glance at the scoreboard just to check the position in the scores. Well, it's going to be a good pot to continue now. Look where the cue ball is.
7.
And he needs something in, otherwise he needs a snooker. So the black's got to go in.
That's a good pot. And he's okay on this red. He's got a nice angle on it to get back down this end. He may as well. 2 cushions. Well, he's gone 3 cushions. Good line.
15.
Is he straight? You don't get much out of Zhang Anda, do you? But the odd little tut or the sort of half shake of the head.
Yeah, that's his equivalent of banging the table, isn't it? That little shake of the head, as you say.
Talking of banging the table, I just saw a video reposted of the cue bang from Mark Selby at the Crucible, and I do know that he's got a new cue this season now, and I just wonder if he did some serious damage to it in Sheffield.
Well, he certainly gave it a whack, didn't he? He really did. I mean, it could have broke easily. Anyway, 39 in it here, 43 remain, but of course for fight with a good lead where the reds are. Well, seems like that's
One.
frame over. 2 snookers required already. So we're going to have one more frame before we can start the final between Jack Jones and Dave Gilbert. But these frames have not been lengthy.
Eight. Nine.
Easy game now.
11. 13. 16. 20.
Well, it's going to be an important frame because whoever wins it will collect the extra 2,000 for finishing second. And as we've been saying right from day one of this event, on the world rankings, that can make a big difference at some point later on in the season. Hossein Vafai reduces the gap to 2-1. Zhang Anda still needs one more to finish in that position above him. One each between Elliot Sless and Lei Pei Fan. Similar here, really. They're playing for 3rd and 4th place. Nopin Sengom on 6 points, of course, has finished in 2nd because Dave Gilbert beat him 3-1. So 7 points, he's finished top.
Points 2.
Lei Pei Fan lost his first 2 matches. Slesser got 1 draw, so thus he needs a draw here to finish 3rd.
3.
Slesser with a chance for 2-1, early days there. Last frame here then, whoever wins this, he's going to finish in 2nd spot in the table and get £4,000 and points as opposed to 2,000 for 3rd. And of course Dylan Emery, he's cheering on Vafai because Zhang would actually finish on 2 points and Emery would therefore finish above him. So he's involved in this as well.
Yeah, he'll be waiting for the news to drop on his way home up the motorway. Be a nice text to get. A nice result to see. And that's a nice pot from Hussein. Nicely on the black too. Doesn't need to play this with too much pace, just let the cue ball drift through the 2 reds. Just push them aside. And he's away. Played this really nicely. Had to go the 2 cushion route because the red just above the cue ball there was in the way of holding it off 1 cushion. Judged it really well. Now we might like to play a little cannon to the red just left of the black. Push that aside. Beyond this red to this left corner.
16.
And an angle on the black now would be good news if he can get into the pack of reds. Whilst having one of these as a bit of an insurance policy. That's what he's looking at.
$17. 24. 25.
Well, he could play a little split here. Yeah, that was a good decision. Catching that ball half ball meant the cue ball would travel right.
32.
And the red at the back of the pack, this one, yeah, that's the one. He can plough through them. And all of a sudden, we've got another
33.
maximum attempt.
Forty. 41.
Well, this could be the shot. He's got to play into them. He's got to try and control the cue ball back out. If he screws off them, he's got every chance of going to the right side cushion. That way, just need a little bit more pace. It was a good line to be on this red to left corner. Now it's
48.
very thin. Too thin. He just looked for a minute there to try and snip that red in and load the cue ball up with right. Try and kill the pace, but just it's not on. Well, that wasn't really on either, but he made a good attempt.
75, 48.
I think we've seen already in this match from both players how special 147s still are. He was determined to keep that going somehow. Still 1-all there, it's Leicester and Leipzig fan. But as I say, the final can start here on table 1 when this match is concluded. Oh, meanwhile, what a pot from Zhang.
Again, that's an example of the players realising, you know, that the pockets are on the accepting side now. Last week, you just couldn't play that. No chance. Not on here, anyway. Well, the pockets aren't big enough.
Number 1.
Well, 47 in front, Vafai looking to wrap this up.
1.
As we approach the final, Stephen, I've got one very important last question to ask you. Is it coming home?
Dave. Of course it is. I think we've got a great chance now, I really do. I was dreading playing France in the final.
6.
You know, if we come through this game, but it's going to be tough, isn't it? We're playing the defending champions. It's going to be a right old scrap.
Well, this has become a bit of a scrap now. It's a great chance for Vafai to get the draw and get second place. The thing about that, I realise we're talking about a different sport now, but that three-line song, I remember that coming out. That was 30 years ago, and it was referencing something that happened 30 years before that. So here we are, another 30 years on, still dreaming.
Put it this way, there'll be a lot of players playing in the Shenzhen Open on Sunday night when England hopefully are playing in a World Cup final. You can imagine the distractions going on, and it'll be in this very arena.
Yeah. Well, this is
5.
a sporting drama that's coming to a head as well. Vafai's had 2 good chances. The second one particularly looked good to get the draw, but Zhang Anda, who made a nightmare start to the day, losing 3-0 to Dylan Emery, salvaged the draw with Jack Jones.
6.
He's now looking for the win here to finish second in the table.
$13. $14.
I was just looking at that red. Does it pot? Very tight. Might have a half a pocket to play out. If not, could tickle into them from this blue. The other one clearly, the left red by the pink, goes to this right corner. And actually, it'd be worth playing a little flick on the pink here, back up for the blue, just promote the 2. And one eye on that. One eye on the cue ball. He's taking his eye off what mattered.
Vafai 34 in front then. Can he now bring this home? Should do now.
1.
Well, it's been an event full of twists and turns.
8.
We've seen some star names fall by the wayside. And we're now a few minutes away from finding out who's going to prevail in the overall final. Best of 5, straight knockout final. Dave Gilbert, 31 in the world, against Jack Jones, 32 in the world rankings. So not much to choose between them. They may need all 5 frames, but it's going to be fascinating to see whether Gilbert, of course, can win this for a second time. Or can Jack Jones break through as a ranking event winner tonight? We're going to find out very shortly. As for second place, though, Hossein Vafai, he's going to take it here.
22.
And it's good news for Dylan Emery, who's going to finish third as Vafai with a pretty extravagant shot brings the curtain down on this match. So it's finished 2-2. And that means that we can, in 5 minutes' time, get the final underway. It's Dave Gilbert against Jack Jones to become Championship League winner in 2026. Do stay with us.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, our home for the last 4 weeks. Now it is the 251st match of the tournament, the final. This is how we arrived here. Dave Gilbert playing some really good stuff. 7 points, 2 wins and a draw. So he tops Group B today. Nopon Sankar won his first 2 matches, but he lost his last one to Gilbert after missing a vital red to a middle pocket in the 3rd frame. Looks as though Elliot Slesser will finish in 3rd place. Leipe Fan will bring up the rear. That match, by the way, Slesser, Leipe Fan, still going on table 2, but it doesn't affect the start time of the final. What about the other group? Well, Hossein Vafai, we just saw claiming 2nd place there. Dylan Emery, he was in 3rd. Zhang Anda, the wooden spoonist, the best player in the group, won it. Jack Jones, much like his opponent in the final, Dave Gilbert, coming through with 7 points. So it is England against Wales in the final of the BetVictor Championship League for the 3rd time. Sean Murphy and Mark Williams did battle 1 year. Ali Carter overcame Jackson Page the next year. And now those 2 great sporting rivals will meet once more. Jones has played well. I think that's fair to say, Stephen Hallworth, but Dave Gilbert has played exceptionally. That said, though, he knows that that doesn't really matter going into the final, because in 2021, the first time this tournament was held here in Leicester, the inaugural staging here, Mark Allen played Gilbert in the final. Allen made 10 centuries in that tournament, which was a remarkable strike rate. He won the first frame of the final with a century, and you think, well, he's going to go on because he's playing such wonderful stuff. But Gilbert ended up winning 3-1 to claim his maiden ranking title. Will this one be 2nd?
Yeah, listen, we can dive into the form as much as we like, but at the end of the day, you're only as good as your last result. And Dave Gilbert, although he has been the best player today, he's been the best player in this tournament as far as I'm concerned. It means nothing if he doesn't win this title now. You know, he's got to do the business. It's a best of 5 match. It's a proper knockout format. There is going to be a winner. There is going to be a loser. There's no more drawing now. It's all or nothing. And there's plenty of big spin-offs to come for one of these 2 gentlemen.
Yeah, when it comes to their head-to-heads, Gilbert leads 3-1 in tournaments outside of the Championship League. Jones's only win over Gilbert was 15 years ago in the Welsh Open. As for the Championship League itself, well, they've only played in the invitational version. 1 draw, 1 win for Gilbert, as they take the photographs before play gets underway in the most important match of the lot. It's been a marathon. Now, though, it's a 5-frame sprint. Andrew Barklam is the referee. Here we go.
Dave just asked him, have you got a white? That would help.
real sense of anticipation about this match because both are playing so nicely. I think it could be a real mini gem.
Yeah, let's hope so. Listen, the conditions will be no excuse. The table's playing beautifully now. The pockets on this one slightly more generous than table 2, I think. Jack Jones will be well aware of that. Dave Gilbert has spent all day over on trap 2. So this table a little new to him, so he's got to adapt quickly. But he gets the first scoring chance to do just that. I think when we talk about the conditions, these guys, they're so adapt to them now. They quickly pick up how the table's playing, and that is helped by your ball striking, and Dave is one of the very best in that department. I think he's hitting the ball quite beautifully.
And it is solely knockout snooker now because the last round-robin match is finished on table 2. For what it's worth, Elliot Slesser and Leipei Fan played out a 2-all draw.
8.
Gilbert has been a scoring machine in this tournament, and especially today.
$16. $17.
Looking to get out of the blocks quickly.
24.
Pack needs attention after this red, so angle on his next colour, imperative.
25.
Now, I just wonder if he'll go at the pink full pace or if he'll play a little cute one and try and just half ball off it, push the other red to the right corner. He looks to be adding the revs. Full pace. And he'll take that.
30.
Best of 5. Big money at stake.
$31.
Yeah, been best of 4 all the way through, of course, in the round-robin phase, but now it's a race to 3. For first prize, £33,000, but there's more to it than that. Whoever wins this will be well on course to qualify for the World Grand Prix,
38.
the top 32 points earners in the season. And of course, the winner will receive an invitation to the Champion of Champions back here at the Mattioli Arena in November, and that is worth minimum 5 figures.
Yeah, and it's hard to really account
39.
for the confidence that either player will take forward for the remainder of the season as well, which could equate to a lot of pounds in the pocket. So, to put it bluntly, it's huge. Dave's got a great chance
56.
right now to register a big one. He's worked this little visit so well up to this point. Reds are now nicely spread. He won't mind the pink out of play and won't mind a red up the table safe. They can just act as
47.
insurance policies should he break down. You would fancy him to get the job done at this visit now.
52. $53.
Yeah, I love that shot from Dave. Played to perfection.
58.
Just had a little too much angle on the blue, so he was forced into playing a little holding cannon to the reds, merely to take the pace out of the cue ball. And he wanted to catch it full enough,
59.
and he judged it just right.
Snooker players, first and foremost,
64.
want to win. But they also want to win with style, with panache. And Gilbert has been oozing that
65.
throughout the event. So many one-visit frames.
Yeah, it's the key to success really in this game, and Dave is a brilliant
72.
scorer, and it's a question as to why has he not done better? Why has he not won more?
73.
It's got to be mindset, it's got to be attitude, because his game is absolutely magnificent. There is
80.
absolutely nothing wrong with his technique. You look at how he sweeps through the ball, so long, so
81.
smooth. It's just poetry in motion at times.
$88. $89.
Well, Dave Gilbert isn't going to be just
96.
in the lead. I think we could say, Stephen, the way
97.
he's playing, he's in the zone.
Yeah, it's just lovely, isn't it? What a break this has been. What a start to this final. I mean, his conversion rate for
104.
tons to frames won today is something to behold. He's not missing at the moment.
David Gilbert, 104.
Well, he finished off against Noppon Sankam with a total clearance. I thought we were going to see the final begin with one there. Nevertheless, it's only a minor irritation to Dave Gilbert, if any at all. Terrific start. Just like that, he leads 1-0. And you know, Stephen, I was talking about the fact that if you win this, you're well on the way to the World Grand Prix. Well, Dave Gilbert most certainly is, because he's already qualified for the China Open, winning 2 matches in that. Really good win over Liam Pullen to get there. And he's qualified for the Wuhan Open, beating his victim today, Noppon Sankam, 5-1. He's a man in prime form.
And let me tell you, that result against Noppon in the Wuhan qualifying, he played like he's playing today. I was on the table next to him, and there was just leather being battered on Dave's table. Noppon had very few answers, and yeah, it was just brilliant. And he's carried it on. And it's not easy to do that week after week, but he's still there.
Coming up from Sunday, qualifiers here for the Shenzhen Open, the British Open and the English Open. The way Gilbert's playing, his opponents will be quaking in their boots.
Yeah, at least I've not got him in either of the, well, in any of those events. So, yeah, we're all good on that front.
But there's still a job of work to be done. As I said, when he beat Mark Allen in the final 5 years ago in this tournament, he lost the first frame to a century and then won the next 3. Jones, well capable of duplicating that. Jones does make a habit of leaving the arena, and as I mentioned earlier, the facilities here are away from the table, up some stairs. So it does take some time to go and come back.
Well, he might not come back after that start from Dave Gilbert. He might have seen enough already.
If Gilbert were to win this evening, he moves up to provisional world number 30. 45 years of age now, turned pro in 2002. And he's trying to become the 46th player in history to win more than one world ranking event.
The second frame. Jack Jones to break.
When you consider ranking events have been played for 52 years, that's a pretty exclusive club still.
Yeah, and he's become somewhat of a Championship League specialist, if there is such a thing. Won the most amount of matches in this format, won the event, looking for a second. You know, that's some going, because over the course of this tournament, you have to rely on a little touch of luck here and there at the right times and taking care of business when you can. Not an easy event to win by any stretch. He's not won it yet. Still 2 more frames to be won.
I think it's very important here for Jack Jones, not just to make a big score, but also to make his presence felt. Make Gilbert realise that he'll be tough to beat.
It was an awkward pack to go into there, but I can't imagine he would have thought there was any chance the cue ball could end up that far away. Trying to go at them with pace and trust a little to luck.
Jack Jones 8.
Having played that shot, could have easily left something a lot more open than this. In fact, he left nothing at all. Nothing that Gilbert fancied.
Well, he's having a good look at these reds. The 2 that are set close to a plant. He seems keen on them. Well, it's hard to tell from that angle. Well, they must be close. Well, is he going off the single red? Cue ball into the 2. Maybe you can't see him direct. Oh, what a shot. Oh, what a shot.
One.
What vision. What control. Look at the cue ball as well.
Yeah, that was the thing. The vision, wasn't it? The ability to sort that shot out and to imagine what would happen.
Well, he fully committed to his decision here to find a way. That was inventive. But what a chance he's given himself now to score a few, and he deserves it.
8.
Already you get the vibe that this is shaping up to be a really good final.
Yeah, the balls have repaid him for his bravery there, because as he struck the single red into the plant,
9.
a red could well easily have covered the black, but like the parting of the seas, the cue ball found its way, and he was nicely on that black.
Yeah, and bravery's the word, because let's not forget, needed a win over Dylan Emery in his last round robin match. He was 2-0 up. He went for a very courageous risk and reward. Thin, cut back black to a blind pocket.
15.
Off the black spot. In it went. The reds were beautifully spread, and he made 87.
$16. $21.
Now, has he landed in a spot? Does this red pot? He's not sure, he doesn't like it. He's mouthing something, and it's not positive. He wanted to be dead straight on that red. He could have just run through for the black, no problems.
22.
Now, he's chasing his cue ball for a moment. This is the big blue. Massive shot. And made even harder with his bridge hand. That's such a good shot. That is such a good shot. You know, his bridge hand was so uncomfortably placed there, unnaturally placed
27.
by that red. Well, you can see the intent from both players. This is great to see.
28.
So many of these Championship League ranking finals have featured great potting like that. Free-flowing snooker. The first ever Championship League ranking final was down at Milton Keynes. It was won by Kyron Wilson against his great rival Judd Trump. Ever since, the standard in these best-of-5 frame finals, it's been attractive, but there, Jones,
Jack Jones, 28.
out of the blue, misses the blue.
After just knocking in a world-class blue. It's always the easy ones, the balls that you should definitely get, that you miss, that cost you.
One. Eight.
trouble is as well, he'd done a lot of the hard work as Jack Jones in this frame. He got the reds nicely open, knocked in a couple of good recovery shots, and well, he's just gifted a chance back to Dave to at least get back involved in this frame. It'd be some effort
16.
to win it at this visit. The red tie on the left side cushion north of the middle pocket may play a big part in this frame. Oh dear, oh no.
David Gilbert,
Oh
60.
no.
Just trying to hold the cue ball with the other red. And that led to him undercutting the one he went for. A rare miss from short range.
Yeah, it's one of them because the angle he had on it, maybe he wasn't quite convinced he could see the perfect point of the red. It was just slightly distorted. If you're right behind it, obviously you don't miss it, but it was a bit of a cutback. Still should have got it.
Well, he wasted one chance. Can Jones convert this? Unlike Gilbert before him, he doesn't need that really awkward red above the middle pocket. Already 25 to the good.
Six.
He just needs to get on a red when he can stay on the black. Just wonder if the two cushion route from this brown, swing it round, get over that right side cushion for these two reds. It's a bigger target, and it's more likely you'll land on them to stay on the black.
10. Thank you. 11.
So just looking for red,
18.
black, and one more red. Anywhere straight on this black would be perfect.
19.
Just to get over this right side for this red down the rail. Trickle that one home.
$26. $27.
Yeah, not as clinical as Gilbert was in frame 1, but that won't concern Jack Jones in the slightest.
$34. $35.
Of course, as soon as Jones fails to pot one, Gilbert will concede, and this final will be tied at 1-1.
$41. $42.
Well, I said as soon as he misses one, he might not miss one.
Yeah, it wasn't quite on that double to the middle pocket. He had to use that jaw. The yellow being off its spot, it was the obvious way to pot that red.
You're becoming very
44.
sarcastic in your old age, Stephen.
Good response this though. Okay, a couple of bites at the cherries in this frame for Jack Jones, but he's up and running, and we're perfectly poised now for the remainder of this match. I mean, really, we all want to see it go the distance, don't we? A final frame decider is the perfect ending to an
49.
event.
$53. $58. $64. The frame.
Very good response
Jones.
from Jack Jones, that. After sitting out the first frame effectively, it is one frame each. So this battle for the title reduced to best of 3 from here. You know, one thing I've loved about today, we've had 21 days of this tournament, and the final day has been the perfect alignment of drama and quality. We've had more centuries today, 10, than in any other day of the tournament. Comfortably more. And I think we might be in for some more quality as this final continues.
Yeah, naturally, as an event gears towards its conclusion, you expect the standard to increase, but it doesn't always work that way. You know, you had the pressure that's out there as well for the players. There was a lot involved today that were in the hunt for their first ranking title, Jack Jones being one of them. So, you know, you could excuse the level of dropping, in fact, but it hasn't. It's been brilliant, and we've got a perfect climax to this tournament.
Jack Jones looking to become the 9th Welshman to win a world ranking event, joining the likes of Mark Williams, Ray Reardon, Doug Mountjoy, Dominic Dale, Michael White, Terry Griffiths, Matthew Stevens, and the most recent of that group to win their first ranking title was Ryan Day. That was in 2017, 9 years ago.
Third frame. David Gilbert to break.
This time the break-off safe enough. That lone red that players often attempt is not available. So just the containing safety. He needs that cue ball close enough to this top cushion.
Jack Jones already synonymous with the Championship League, having made 32 centuries in one invitation version. A world record, most centuries by one player in a professional event, which might never be eclipsed. But that's just a footnote. These players want silverware, they want a legacy.
But it goes to show that Jack Jones, he likes playing on these Rasson tables, doesn't he? You know, he's comfortable out there on these conditions. I suppose in some ways you could class both of these players as Championship League specialists in both versions.
Yeah, you're right about the Rasson tables, and Jones, when he got to the Champion of Champions as runner-up in the World Championship a few years back, he did actually win a match there against Gary Wilson. So a quarter-finalist he was. Yeah, he does like them. A lot of players do. Gilbert put Jones in a real bind there. All he could try was playing in simple containment. Nothing ambitious at all.
Yeah, and actually the Reds are slowly opening up. Becoming quite a dangerous table. Yeah, clever little shot that Dave's just played. Just chipping the cue ball to that part of the cushion, using the black as a covering ball to the right part of some of those Reds. Makes Jack's task of getting back here more difficult. And again, doesn't really know where the Reds are going. But that's okay.
It's very tense out there because both players know if they are the first to blink, their opponent will probably get in and make a nice score. Oh, this could be trouble. This red is coming at pace.
Oh, what a mistake to make. That is an absolute schoolboy error. He knew the second he struck it as well. The second. Unable to find contact with that red to others. How costly will that be? Dave could have a field day here.
Yeah, quite a few reds in the bottom half of the table. So it won't be a sort of conventional break around the high value colours. Early on it might be. think it's important in this kind of situation not to be bamboozled by choice.
Yeah, you can properly overcomplicate a table like this. Very easy to do that. You know, from here, the game's so simple. You just take that red, get on your colour, then play on that red, and it all just unfolds in front of you. But when you've got that many options and you're out there in the heat of battle, it is easy to overthink. I'm sure Dave will just be delighted that he's at the table with a gift of a chance.
9.
And I think it's appropriate you said in the heat of battle, because obviously this is a midsummer tournament and the temperatures during it have been at times excessive.
Yeah, I'm glad, really glad actually that it's cooled down for these final few days, because it's just allowed
16.
the players to play the game properly with no excuses.
$17.
So many hot days. I think for me it would be the first Friday. It was scorching outside and in.
$20.
Yeah, about as hot as Gilbert's form at the moment.
Yeah, it's easy
21.
to sit here and say this is a great chance and he should score plenty, should win the frame, but let's not forget, he's been a long time out of the winner's enclosure, Dave Gilbert, and this is a big opportunity in this frame to just take control of this final. So we'll be giving every ounce of attention to every single shot. You don't get second chances out there. And we
25.
want to break down now.
$26.
Probably be nice for Dave to just
29.
tidy things up. Pot this red, then the blue. Just gets it out of the way, gives him other options. Because the fact he's gone up the table so soon to just polish things up there, he's not scoring as heavy. He's taking the lower colours, which means more work in the future.
Veteran move here, just putting the butt on the end of the cue so that he's nowhere near
30.
a red he was a little worried about.
$32.
He's
33.
sunk a lot more balls than normal for a break of 33, but now he's at the business end.
Struck that clean. Perfect. 40. Now, dependent on the angle of this red, he could play a little cannon to the 2 and stay on the pink to the left middle. That would open things up. Yeah, he's perfect to play it. Fullish ball cannon to the red. Move that away.
41.
Didn't catch it as full as he would have liked. Just lost the cue ball towards the other red, and that's why he's slightly hampered.
Yeah, thankfully there didn't have to do anything with the cue ball.
47.
Judge the flick off the red, ideally. And so now 2-1 is really looming.
Yeah, Jack will be sick as he sits and
54.
watches Dave polish these off, because these are points that could well have been his had he have got a chance, but
55.
it was such a cheap mistake to make. Just a miscalculation with sending the red up the table, failing to get contact to keep it there. And it tracked, well, it travelled nearly 24 foot, the red, didn't it, to make its way back over this left corner pocket.
And that was frame ball. Even now, you might not see anything
65.
too flash from Dave Gilbert. Just pop this red and it's absolutely sure he's going to win the frame. Well, he was flash.
66.
Wants another century.
David Gilbert, 66 and the frame.
Dave Gilbert has taken route 66 to regaining the lead, and now he's on the road to victory. One more needed to regain the BetVictor Championship League title. So he leaves the arena. Stephen, it's been an extraordinary tournament, not least for its length. We started out on June the 22nd. As I said right at the start of this final, this is match number 251. We should have had 253 matches in the tournament, but Kyron Wilson didn't play two of his because after winning his first match on day one, he had to go home because his house was burgled. It seems like an age ago.
Doesn't it just? Well, it was, to be fair. It was nearly a month ago now, but yeah, listen, there's so many groups to get through, and it can almost get a little bit lost in translation, but you know, as we creep towards the business end, you start to realise the players that are really playing well. And look, you need a little bit of luck at times through this, don't you? You've got to rely on a few things going your way at the right times, you know, big moments arriving at certain times as well, but take advantage of it and then give yourself a chance.
And let's not forget that both of these players have lost a match in the tournament. Dave Gilbert, 3-0 to He Guo Kwang. It was his last match, though. He got 6 points, so in the end he was okay. Jack Jones coming through in remarkable fashion. He won his first group with 4 points. Now, that's highly unlikely. And then, in his second group, he was basically on the way out of the door. He needed to beat Marco Fu after drawing his first match. Needed to beat Fu. He was 2-1 up, but Fu went 66-0 ahead in the fourth frame. Somehow, Jones eventually cleared up with 48 to win that frame by a single point and win the match 3-1. Then he played Chang Bingyu. He was 2-0 up in that one. Chang, by the way, played remarkable snooker for 1.5 groups, but then he met Jones. He fell 2-0 down. Jones 62-0 up in the third frame. Missed match ball red twice. Chang won that frame on the black, and you think, well, he's going to go out again here, Jack Jones. But he composed himself and won a very lengthy fourth, and that's why he's in this final group. And now, that's why he's in the final itself.
Yeah, moments, Phil. There's always moments in tournaments where it could have gone wrong. You could have been out. Jack Jones perhaps free rolling in some ways. Perhaps he's allowed himself to believe that from a psychological standpoint, and that's allowed him to free up today and play really well up to this point. But he's going to have to find something now. He's got to try and find a response because he's got no wiggle room. It's now or never for Jack Jones.
Of course, we've had multiple winners of the Invitation Championship League. Mark Selby's won it the last 3 years. John Higgins is a multiple winner, but never in the ranking version has someone won it twice. Gilbert's on the threshold of doing so, but he needs to cover that red.
Oh, there's nearly a little shoulder barge there from the lads. Dave was keen to check out whether he'd got coverage for the red. Jack was already at the table, almost pushing one another out of the way. Bit of needle, maybe. Love it. Oh, dear. Oh, no, that is... Oh, dear me. Look at where that's landed, and look at where the red has finished. Well, that is an absolute nightmare result.
If this was in an exhibition and one of the old-timers were playing, they would say, anybody got a step ladder? Yeah, that's the worst place he could have finished, especially with the red over the pocket.
Yeah, listen, I feel your pain, brother. Feel your pain. How does he get this safe? Well, I just wonder if the line, if he can get to the brown, will that red in the middle of the table on the diagonal to that right corner pocket, will that red cover access to that red over the corner pocket? Maybe. And that is clutching at straws. But even then, how does he get to the brown? Poor, what a place to land. And what a time to land there. 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions perhaps to get to green or brown. Right side cushion, top side cushion, lots of right hand side between the gap of the reds just above the pink. Oh, sorry, I'm just thinking outside the box here. I think that's all he's got, though. I'll tell you what, this would be some shot.
Brown ball.
So, brown's been nominated. Here we go. 4 cushions. Maybe 5. What an effort. What an effort. Oh, Jack Jones, stop it.
Jack Jones.
Stop it.
Absolutely terrific. No crowd here. It's a behind closed doors event, but I'll applaud him for that one. That was extraordinary.
And it's all he could play because he knew that he was getting cover with the lone red in the middle of the table there. It's the only shot he had, but the vision to see it and then the execution, brilliant. And Dave has congratulated him for it. And perhaps a little ripple from our commentary box, because that is one of the shots of the day, maybe one of the shots of the tournament.
And it could be highly consequential. Tables turned, pendulum swung, all that kind of stuff.
Because how can you get out of a position like that and then get your opponent in trouble? That is absolutely a pendulum swing. Dave is now in bits from being in dreamland a few moments ago. Nice game. Here's the escape again. 4 cushions. He got the line perfect. He got the pace spot on. Absolutely tremendous.
In the old ITV events, now Channel 5, there's a segment called Hot Shots. That would have been in Guaranteed.
Foul. And a miss.
Well, I thought for a moment
Jack
he'd gone
Jones
directly and off.
I think Dave can scarcely believe that he's in the position that he is from where Jack Jones just left the cue ball. Right bang in amongst the pack of reds. What a crazy game snooker is. But that actually is an indirect reward for Jack Jones for keeping his discipline and keeping his professionalism to find an escape. And he deserved to get it right. Because let's be honest, he was cursed to land where he did.
Foul. Jack Jones 4.
Really good pot and a very helpful kiss. Not just on the brown, but a really good angle on it.
Five. Six.
They're both playing such reliable, dependable snooker that when they get in, you expect them to stay in.
And I'm sure right now that both players cannot believe that Jack Jones is at the table in amongst the balls. Because Dave would have been absolutely convinced that the next time he came to the table, he would be potting that red over the corner pocket and off he sails into the sunset, potentially with a ranking title in his hand. And all of a sudden he's got to sit through this visit. And Jack looking to take us the distance.
12.
It really was one of the great escapes. Selby-esque in Leicester.
Yeah, Selby would have been proud of that, absolutely. Anyone would. I'm sure Jack is. He'll be proud of it if he wins this title.
17.
Might be one of the best shots he's ever played.
$18.
Super split. But is it as good as it initially
23.
looked?
Well, he's certainly got reds to this right corner. You know, if you're being ultra picky there, he's just ever so slightly caught the left side of the pink, the left half of it. That's why he's lost the cue ball. He can't do a lot with that red to right corner, actually. The one just above the black. Can he just float the cue ball through and maybe play for the pink to middle looking at that camera angle, or avoid the other red and play for it into the same pocket as the red? Middle bag it is. And that's another
24.
brilliant shot, isn't it? You know, that is such a pressure pot. He was doing the frame, potentially doing the tournament if he missed that. Well, this is inspirational stuff.
$30. $31.
Dave Gilbert wouldn't see it like this, but I think it would be entirely fitting if this final went the distance.
You know, I'm just starting to think maybe Jack's name is written on the trophy. When we consider what's gone before, when we
37.
consider the position that he was in a few moments ago. Are the stars aligning for Jack Jones? Of course, he cannot allow himself
38.
to think of that whatsoever. He's got to play the balls and stay present, but maybe something else is at play.
You know, yesterday he was here not competing, just practicing. I had a good chat with him, and I told him all about the history of the Championship League, where players
44.
quite often have seemed on the brink of going out, and something extraordinary happens. They remain in, and they end up lifting the trophy.
45.
And he was listening intently. Maybe that thought is fueling him today. Destiny.
$51. $52. 58.
The break goes to 58. This is frame ball.
59.
Punch and counter punch.
$65.
Safety is often described
66.
as a means to an end. Never was it greater illustrated than in this frame. The safety he played from a seemingly impossible position has made this possible.
The only way
72.
he could have got out of that position unscathed was the result
73.
that happened. And how many times out of 10, how many times out of 100 would he get that right? And that's why I just think there's something at play here. Of course, it's a one-frame shootout now, but the fact the ball's just listened to Jack Jones
79.
and pair that with the patience and the discipline to find the outcome, you know, that
80.
it was faultless.
And if we're thinking that, Dave Gilbert might be thinking that.
Oh, he's thinking it. He's thinking it all right. You pick up on things out there in the arena, and you can
86.
see he still can't believe that he's now about to play a decider. Cannot believe it.
Jack Jones, 86. And the
No century, but so what? A break of 86, and this BetVictor Championship League is going all the way. He leaves the arena, leaving Dave Gilbert to stew in his juice, wondering what might have happened had that escape, that miraculous escape, not gone quite so right for Jack Jones. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So if you're just joining us, this final has been terrific. Dave Gilbert, first frame, 104. Second frame, Jack Jones not as clinical. He needed 2 chances. The second one, he made 64. Then in the third frame, it was a case of Jones being guilty of a very poor safety shot. Played a red up into baulk that came into baulk and back out again over a top pocket. And with the reds everywhere, Gilbert pieced together a well-crafted 66. And of course, what happened in the last frame, I think, might be the one we're talking about most. Jones knocking in that red, leaving himself in a perilous position, and then playing that 5-cushion escape to achieve safety. Here it is. Worth another look.
It was just so well worked out. You know, it looked like it was the only shot he could play. But, you know, even then it was such a small margin. The reason he played it was because of the red in the middle of the table. That was the only way he could cover the red over the right corner pocket. You know, it was clever to see it. You know, the vision was brilliant, but the execution had to be spot on. There was no room for error there.
And in fairness to you, Stephen, you called it. You called the shot before he did it.
That's what I'm here to do, Phil.
It was a big call and an even bigger shot. Just a reminder of what's at stake here in a single frame. The winner of this tournament will receive £33,000 and the same amount of world ranking points. The loser of this match, the loser of this frame, picks up £23,000 and points. But there's much more than that at stake. There you can see how the prize money is arrived at. 3 group wins for the 2 finalists, and then a £20,000 bonus if you prevail in the final. But there's much more at stake than that. A place in the Champion of Champions here in November. A 16-player event that is the creme de la creme. And as we've explained, on the 1-year list, that's how you get into the Players Series events. The top 32 make it into the World Grand Prix. The top 16, they're in the Players Championship. And then, of course, it's the ultimate
deciding
goal of
frame.
the Tour Championship.
David Gilbert to break.
It's all come down to a single frame.
And will that long red be left? Not this time. Good break.
Because of what's at stake, because it is the decider, and because all of the other frames have been fluent, I think the law of averages suggests this one might be a little scrappy and tense.
Let's hope so, from a neutral perspective. But actually both players are timing the ball, striking the ball so well, there's no reason for it to go that way other than pressure. And we all know what that can do. Now the black being a little tied up right now is not ideal. Just wonder what bearing that will have on how this frame is played. But this is a chance. Dave looks to be steadying himself to attempt this red. Beautifully struck. Beautifully struck. A good sign of that. He's not overhitting the ball. He fully committed to that.
There we were in frame 4 talking about destiny. Dave Gilbert's not read that script. What a pot.
Three. Four.
Well, the red at the back of the main bunch beneath
11.
pink. I just wonder if that will pot to right corner, landing low on it. But even then, it's not perfect because of the situation with the black. If you played that shot, you'd naturally want to screw out left side, and the black doesn't pot to the right corner, so bit of a puzzle. Fuming, absolutely furious with himself in trying to land his cue ball so precisely on that black that he could eventually get that red away from it. He's missed the red. Incredible.
The frame he won to top his group today, he did so with 140 total clearance. But you don't do that too often.
Good decision taking this red. Free the black. Get the angle into the reds. This could be the shot. He doesn't need to overplay this. He just wants to nick 4 or 5 reds out. And if he can, catch the red immediately above the black, not the loose one. Yeah, he caught the loose one. And that meant less reds were going to be developed. The more pace you play that with, the further wide it goes, or the wider it goes, sorry, before the spin takes. If he'd have played it a little softer, he'd have got hold of the cue ball more, could have got into the apex red there.
9.
And a little short of where he wanted to be this time. This black could easily be wobbled. Let's face it, At this point, anything could be wobbled.
Yeah, there's an argument for even going into them again here. He's got the perfect angle to play him. Half ball into the reds. It kills the pace of the cue ball. May as well play it. Great shot. Oh, where's this red going? Oh, I thought it was... But for the red, that was going in.
16.
Phil, I'll say it again. There is something at play.
Oh, yeah. And now Dave Gilbert really does think that. If he gets another chance, he's got to try and put that from his mind. But it's a big if the way that Jack Jones is playing.
This is the shot. This is the shot that might win him his first ranking title. If he gets perfect on his next colour, he's just got to stand up. That's all he's got to do. Hold his nerve and stand up. This is the one.
$70.
Just a little clumsy with the cue ball. Yeah, forced to stretch. Now forced to use the rest. Now, earlier on today, he played a shot with the rest and he missed it by an absolute mile. Quite jabby he was with it as well, I recall.
Yeah, under pressure, you don't want to be using it. That's why you want to avoid it at all costs, which is why he's looking for some length to his cue. As I say, I go back. I just had to get perfect on his next colour there, and he's overran the cue ball by 6-8 inches. Not out of the woods yet. Could this be the shot? Oh, this is a big, big moment for Jack Jones. Massive. Lovely. And that is a feel-good moment for Jack Jones, because
20.
he'd have been fearing in the back of his mind there that that could have gone wrong. But he didn't allow those negative thoughts to get a hold of him. Dave Gilbert can't bear to look. Okay, the previous frame to force the decider was borderline genius from Jack Jones. It was perfection. But he can't say he hasn't had a chance. He had a chance at the start of this frame, missed the red to right corner. Who knows what he'd have made from it. But Jack Jones has taken these so well, and now he's perfect.
26. $27.
Last season, the lows far outnumbered the highs for Jack Jones. So frustrated was he. He punched a table, broke his hand.
35.
Now, though, the Championship League trophy could be in his hands.
Yeah, something serious has got to go wrong for that not to be the case now. But make no mistake, he's feeling it. That adrenaline is pumping, and his arm might be feeling like jelly in a few moments' time, but he's got to find that composure within himself. You know, he's been in high pressurised situations before. He's competed a world final. But he knows now he's got his chance to get a trophy, and that's a different feeling.
42.
So close to becoming the 82nd winner of a world ranking event.
Well, look, you don't want to be leaving yourself testers.
47.
But is this the final roll of the dice? Is this Dave Gilbert's last hope?
$48.
Controlled it nicely, cued it well. You can tell the anxiety. You can see it. He can't stop looking at the scoreboard, Jack Jones. He's not there yet.
There's irony here. When Dave Gilbert won this tournament in 2021,
54.
he was the best player in the final, but not in the tournament. The guy he beat in the final, Mark Allen, stood out above everyone else. This time,
55.
Dave Gilbert has been the best player in the tournament overall. But it looks as though Jack Jones is going to beat him when it matters most.
Yeah, and we've mentioned all those moments concerning Jack Jones. But you've still got to stand up and be counted for. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Jack Jones, 55.
Well, is there a final twist? That was the ball that got him his trophy. And he's pulled it thin.
And Dave Gilbert has points to play with. 44 behind, 59 on. Doesn't have to focus on one particular colour.
Wow, that is incredible. You know, Jack Jones has gone back to his seat complaining that the cue is so sticky. It's got nothing to do with conditions. That is pure nerves. Pure pressure. The cue action becomes a little more foreign. The hands become a little bit clammy.
8.
It all gets a little too much and fractions. Well, we wanted a tight finish and we've got it.
Absolutely terrific, this. Now, this table isn't ideal, but there's not a truly awkward ball on it.
Yeah, and this is good to see from Dave. He's not rushed back to the table. He's not raced back to get involved and get going. He's taking his time, steadying himself. He's trying to plan his route. Huge moments for both players. Wow, what a finish.
Yeah.
His logo was hanging off. He said to the referee, "Can I take it off for now?" And the referee quite sensibly grants permission. The tension is palpable.
And if it was going to be that
David
shot,
Gilbert,
you
8.
knew it was going to be missed thin. That bit of extra weight on the back of the cue makes all the difference. And cries of "oh my God" from Dave Gilbert. Now he really does need a miracle.
OMG. He missed the pink. This is frame ball black. But he will dearly love to see one more red go in for breathing space.
It's there. He's done it. And he can't believe it. And neither can Jack Jones.
9.
Well, every credit. He stood up well. That pink to middle could have haunted him for the rest of his career, potentially.
14.
But ultimately, this tournament was written. The stars aligned for Jack Jones.
Jack Jones, 40.
Gilbert
Frame.
not even bothering to continue because he's in a snooker. It is over. JJ is A-OK. In the BetVictor Championship League, no one could keep up with this Jones boy. He came so close to going out, but in the end, he's the one with the silverware. And for the first time, Jack Jones can say, I am a world ranking event winner. He's about to be interviewed by David Hendon, and I'm sure he will be over the moon, maybe even emotional. He should be, because this is a major career breakthrough, Stephen.
Absolutely. What a moment for him. And as I say, there were so many moments throughout this event when it could have gone wrong. And, you know, he stood up well in the end. He's rode his luck, but he's the last man standing.
Let's throw to Dave on the floor.
Jack, what a dramatic final. How does it feel to have won your first ranking event?
Yeah, it feels unreal, to be fair. I probably felt more nervous there than I did in the World Final. So it's crazy, really, and it probably the smallest ranked event, but I'll take it.
It's a mad format, isn't it? Because, you know, you can't afford to make a bad start in any match. There's been times where you could have been out the odd frame here and there, but, you know, you've dodged a few bullets and you've made the key breaks when you've needed to.
Yeah. I've just kind of like stuck in there. I've never ever done. I don't think I've ever got through my first group in this tournament. So, to win it this year, it's pretty good.
Talk us through that shot in frame 4 where you hit the brown off about 4 or 5 cushions, not leave the red on. I mean, that shot of the tournament, it's got to be.
Yeah, it was quite good, wasn't it? It was quite good. I was impressed, to be fair. I just try to calm myself down after the red I played. Seeing the shot, seeing the angle weren't there for the green. So, when I hit the brown, I was over the moon. I thought it was match over, really, at that point.
You got to the World Final a couple of years ago, maybe didn't quite press on as you'd have hoped to after that. But this is a big springboard for you now, isn't it? You've won one, no reason why you can't win more.
Yeah, I know it's probably the smallest ranked event, but it's still a kind of like a monkey off my back, if you know what I mean. I won't really be thinking, I need to win a ranking event. So it's good to get that out of the way. It's good for my wife, my son who support me so much. Can't wait to go home to them. And then also for my parents who've been through 15 years probably of watching me lose all the time. So it's nice to win one for them.
Brilliant. Well, we come here for the trophy. I'm going to introduce Marcel Eckhart, tournament director, to hand it over to you. Well done, Jack.
Cheers, Dave. Thanks.
The spoils, £33,000, an invitation to the Champion of Champions in November. And he's well on the way to qualifying for the Players' Series. He said he got a monkey off his back by winning a world ranking event. Well, who's to say more won't follow? Jack Jones defeats Dave Gilbert 3-2 in the final of the BetVictor Championship League, and 21 days of action. The marathon tournament is over. If you like this Championship League, I can tell you the next action will be coming your way in December. It is the invitation version, and I'm sure Jack Jones and Dave Gilbert will be pitching up for that. The first group will take place on December the 21st and 22nd, right here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. For now, though, from David Hendon, from Stephen Hallworth and myself, Phil Yates, it just remains to say thanks for watching and congratulations to our champion, Jack Jones.